started streaming. Oh boy. So I didn't want to do this. And by this I mean struggle with Azure. But yet, guess what I'm going to do? Struggle with Azure. All right, well, let's get to work. There's still a lot of stuff that went wrong. Okay, so here's what's got to happen. I think I'm going to end up wiping out anything that already existed on Botland. Setting up Botland again. Probably going to wipe out the database since I can't seem to connect to it. This is such a bummer. I don't know what else to do. And hey, Tembraya, I don't know what else to do here. I can't seem to connect to this machine. Let me try again, I guess. And then if that works, then fine. Alright, I had to do this on my other screen for a second. SSH -I something. I don't know, whatever. Let's just do this. Is it connection refused? Like, what's going on here? Because actually, something else I need to do. Wipe out the old machines that I have. Virtual Machine Classic. What? What? What is this stuff? SSH is allowed from anywhere. Yeah, and I set up the okay, permission denied. That's actually a good thing. Okay, finally. So let me try this. Sorry, I'm doing this off screen for right now. So I don't even know where chat is right now. There it is. All right. Hey Echo. Hey Mike. Hey Remy. Can you connect to the database? I'm gonna try, and if I can, then like we're in slightly better shape, but still not great shape. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do this stuff. Okay. Okay. So I'm in. Now let me figure out what's going on here. And then I can show this on screen. Okay, there. Got it. Wait, can I? Can I show this on stream? Part of the reason I wanted to start early today. I've been working for the last like 40 minutes on this stuff. Oh, neat. All right. So I gotta connect to MySQL. MySQL-uroot-p, and I type in the password, which I don't even probably have anymore. In fact, I'm pretty sure I don't have it, unless it's in here. Because I was using some like pseudo password for right now. MySQL root password. I guess I just use this. Okay, that worked. Okay, so I'm in the database. Hey, Tom Servo. Hey, Judge Bacon. All right, so I'm in the database now. Let me do select or use botland select star from botbase. Yeah, all right. So I got this. I have the database. I just need to figure out how to export this. Have to figure out how to export all content from the database into a file or something. How do I do that? Also, let me set this at the end. Adam's back to working on infrastructure for the majority of the day. So AdCom today, Adam is getting Botland back online. Last updated. Now, MySQL dump it. Let me look that up. MySQL dump. And Adam Kappa would be nice. MySQL dump is an effective tool. It creates a SQL file with drop table, create table, and insert into. So wait, do I have this on the target machine? MySQL dump. Oh, I do have it. Wow. Points to Manuel. Okay. So you can back up. So let's see how we do this. -uroot p password database name dump file. That's super easy. Okay, this won't be so bad. Hey, Davey. Yeah, this won't be so bad. All right, so let's run this then. MySQL-u root. Did I ever turn on my webcam again? Yeah, I did. Okay. -u root -p root password and then database name. Okay, so I gotta just make sure to do this off screen. And then dash database name is botland, botland.sql. Okay, it worked. That was pretty easy. Wow, alright, so then I have everybody's data here. Now I just need to emancipate it from the machine. Let's figure out how that's supposed to work. Wait, what happened to that tab I just had open? Yeah. File this note to save a MySQL database. MySQL dump, which is installed with MySQL server or MySQL client. I'm not sure which one. Maybe, probably the server. I'll just say probably installed with MySQL server, because I imagine it's a server, but I don't know. Can't even see the difference. Adam works for the NSA. I do now, suckers. Haha. And I know what bots you're going to create. Or MySQL client. I'll just write that. Okay, so now that I have this, I've got to get this data off of the machine and then terminate these machines forever because they're costing money. So how do I get this? That's a good question. That is quite a good question. Maybe. Okay, I have an idea. Make dirt test. NPM command not found. What is that? No. No. These machines are set up so poorly. Alright, npm install. I can't show this on screen yet. I'm sorry. Once I'm done with these steps, I should be able to. And then, yeah. Then it'll be a normal stream at that point. I don't even know what it could be used for. Who cares? Alright, I'm almost done. I almost have this. I just got to get the SQL file onto my machine, and I'm doing so in like the most roundabout way possible. But just wait. Just wait. Botland.sql. Okay, now we just do... Alright, almost done. And then, like I said, I'll be able to show this on screen at that point. Oh no, I gotta forward ports. I never thought of this. Okay, wait, no, maybe I can just do this. Okay, I'm being smart. Yes, I got it. Okay, so then I just need this last thing. We just do. Got it. Okay, I have the file now. That was quite a rush. I'm now a hacker. All right, so let's save this thing off. Now I can show the rest of this on screen. Did Azure not delete your machines when you run out of money? No, it just terminates them. You could SCP it? Yeah, I could have done that, but I did it a much more roundabout way. Like way more roundabout. But I have it. I can't show that on screen, but I can show the rest of the stuff here. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to connect. I'm going to connect to here. So all this stuff needs to be deleted. In fact, let me put chat over on the other screen. Yeah. Okay, so I got to delete all of this. Let's terminate this machine. What's capture? I probably could have just done that. Let's terminate that, yes. And then let's terminate the game server. Where is it? First VM, there it is. Let's terminate that too. And then I've got to delete everything associated with this stuff. Like, I don't know if I'm being charged for premium storage right now, but I want all of this stuff gone. So I'm just going to hit delete on a bunch of things until I'm happy. That's what we're going to do. Just going to go on a rampage here, deleting Azure resources. Failed to delete public IP address. Cloud service. REST server will be deleted. All your virtual machines along with attached disks, so you get VHD, DNS, blah, blah, blah. Don't care. Sounds fine. Delete it. Error deleting. A hosted service cannot be deleted while it still contains deployments. If you have all your machines back, why are you redoing all of them? Because I don't know how to remove the premium storage. I couldn't figure out how to do that. And I feel like it's easier to just start over completely. Either way, I'm just going to delete this stuff. Okay, and then this stuff too. Delete. Yes, great. Delete this. Great. Actually, I should probably look at this before I delete it. Oh, okay, so client in game has ports 3000, 3003, and 8080. You know what? None of this is going to work. I don't know what I'm even trying to do here. I'll give it another hour. Yeah, I'll give it an hour. If I can get it working in an hour, then great. If not, then too bad. What was this first VM 502? I don't even know what some of this stuff is. So, did it delete this stuff? That couldn't be deleted. This is in the process of being deleted. First resource group? Like, what is this stuff using? Azure just makes it so much more difficult, it seems, for me to figure out what's going on here. I mean, I guess it has the same concepts as AWS, but they're tied together in ways I never learned. I thought you were putting on AWS. Well, I have Azure credit, so I've been hosting play.bot.land on AWS or on Azure in the interim because it's free for me, and I wanted to continue to do that. But unfortunately, I don't. Is this even part of a resource group? It shouldn't be. It's a classic VM. That's what I just don't get. There's something called Group 2 here, and I don't even have that. All right, let's refresh this and see. Did I delete any of these? Yeah. Most of them are gone. So can we delete the rest of these now? Failed to delete, error, cannot be deleted because it's in use by the following resources. Resource groups, first resource group. So this is using it? But what? What? Can I just delete this stuff? There's a container. Type the storage account name. First resource group 7815. Delete. Okay, I think this was the stuff I wanted to delete here. Containers, queues, tables, file shares. This is probably okay. Alright, so now where do we stand? Okay, we still have a couple of these things, and I gotta delete these. And it shouldn't be in use. I just deleted everything. Resource groups, first resource groups provider. It's used by this. Connected devices. Yeah, delete all this. Failed to delete it. It's in use by. That's weird. Can I delete this? I just want everything gone that might be costing money. And this stuff is all still here. Oh, hey, it says resource group, group 2. What is group 2 though? Possibly nothing, because it's not a managed. Also, West US wasn't even a choice when I set these up. I had to pick Central US. I don't know. I don't know what to do right now. I can't delete any of these things apparently. Or it's in the process of being deleted. Maybe that's the problem. Okay, well, let's set up the new machines. That's what I could at least do. So I have their IP addresses. I don't think I really need to keep this private. Hang on, let me just make sure I don't need to keep it private. Okay, let's just push this stuff down here. Okay, great. So here we are. So here are their IP addresses. I need to set this up so that I can use Ansible to deploy these machines, which is just very likely not going to work because I need Node on the machine and Git and whatever else. And fine, let me go get that stuff. All right, Node, where are we at here? Here, this stuff. It's already highlighted. So let's get Node on both these machines. Yeah, fancy IP addresses. All right, now let's connect to Debian 1. Botland, Infra, Ansible. Now I gotta set these IP addresses. So there's a count server, there's a, no, wait, this stuff won't work, will it? No, not entirely. Oh, this is difficult. This is very difficult. I guess I gotta edit dev host. Let me do a git pull first. Aborting. Okay, git reset hard. Git pull. Hey Drotten. 13 is owned by Xerox? Why is Azure using it then? Okay, so I have the account server. Let's put that here. And then I have a game server. Let's put that here. And then let me do a deploy before I do all of this so that the code is up to date. Let me make sure there's nothing outstanding here. There's a lot to do to make sure this will work. Cluster run, I don't care about that. Run.js, I guess I care about that. So let's just revert both those files actually. Yeah, let's revert both of those. And there, now let's run deploy. And then we can also do call pre-deploy. I can deploy the account server as well. Okay, so both these things are going to take some time. And in that time, we should test out node-v perfect, and node-v perfect. Great. Okay, yeah, cool. Well, this will be the first time I set up Botland to use the same sort of thing that I had on AWS, but on Azure this time. Okay, so let's try pushing that. Package.json changed. Minor change. Hey, law beginner. Okay, that's good. What about this? This should be finished pretty soon. Like 3-4 seconds maybe. Okay, more like 8, I guess. But that's fine. So now here, what changed? I guess this is kind of minor changes. Mostly cluster related changes. So Botland wasn't online since now. Botland wasn't online starting on I think 2 days ago maybe, and then up until today. It's actually still not online right now. That's what I'm working on doing. So I've set this up. Let's just try it out. So bash ansible dev. This may work, it may not work. Sudo password. There's no sudo password. All right, hang on. All right, that was totally unrelated to the stream. Yeah, Ivaness. Could I highlight this for the origin of Atom Art and put that in an Atom Art comment? Yeah, sure. Let me go find that. Highlight this for Atom Art. Okay. All right, well, as far as getting this to run goes, I need to mimic how I start the prod version of this. So Ansible prod does what exactly? Version host extra vars. No, ask sudo pass should just be false, I think. Dev. Provision, great, ask sudo pass. Yeah, I think we just get rid of this. I think we just copy paste this over to here and get rid of that particular thing. Extra var should be set to nothing. Let's do that. Does it work? Nope. Unreachable. I'm using the wrong SSH key, that's why. Yeah, the wrong SSH key for both of those. Oh, there's the right SSH key. Okay, how am I supposed to do this then? I edit SSH config and I point, yeah, these. Because a couple of these ceased to exist. I think it's, let's just copy this, 4YYGP. Hey, cool, I know how to Vim. I actually don't know how to Vim. Alright, so we just change these hosts to this one, account server, and this one, game server. And that's it. Then everything just works, right? Right. Enter passphrase. Okay, let's go figure out where the passphrase is. Here it is. Does it work? Does it? Oh, yes. Perfect. Ah. What does the capital Z stuff do? I know the other 4 letters delete the whole buffer, but I don't know what the ZZ does. Will they change? Yeah, eventually. Are the graphics better now? No. And hey, Lukey. I had the air conditioner running for like 20 minutes before starting the stream. I can feel it getting warmer. Because I can't run it while I'm on this. Oh, ZZ equals WQ. I didn't know that. Huh. That's pretty helpful. Okay, so once this is all done, oh, I need to go, oh, I know what I need to do. Okay, let's change this around then. So I need to go into the account server, and this is going to be set up with strong passwords. Let's just go into endpoints, and then add, so name is going to be account rest. Public port is 8080, private port is 8080. And access control list, we want to allow everything actually on 8080. Permit. Okay, so we hit OK there, right? That doesn't work? Oh, do we have to just give it an order and a name? Everyone. Value is required. No, I want it to be everybody. Star? Oh, come on. Isn't 00000 everybody? Are you not allowed to do that? Hey, EJ. Lukey says, I've been practicing a lot of JavaScript the last few days and it's pretty fun. Oh, that's good. I'm glad you like it. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Don't worry about, so I'm not sticking with Azure. I'm just using it because this is free. Wait, what? But I can't click the OK button after doing that stuff. This is the part that I don't understand. What? How am I supposed to save this thing? I don't know what I'm supposed to do. How do I get this to light up? All right, what if I specified a particular IP address? 1234/32. No, that doesn't work either. Something's... What am I supposed to do? Yeah, nothing I do now lets me save this, huh? You need to set it to deny, maybe? But even... Okay, let me just start over. Let me go back to endpoints. Because that was strange. So add account rest. See, like the OK button lit up right now. So if I choose 80. But this, okay, let me just create this rule. It's going to be a deny rule. So it's not going to help me at all, but you can gift less than 5 points. I guess so. Oh, what's this? Failed 1. Change false. This play requires database host to be set. Does that even matter? Did I pull all of the repos that I need? No. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Okay, where do we stand on this one? Do I have a screen running already? No, this isn't helpful. Hey, Mr. Cheap. Hey, Esku. Yeah, PhantomBot used to have a check to make sure you couldn't gift yourself points. So this play requires database host to be set. What play is it? Account servers? This right here. So it's just the start part of this. I think I'm just gonna put this, I'm gonna change this to be here. Or is this necessary? No, probably not. Database host. Thanks, CJ. Also, the other thing I gotta figure out here is how am I supposed to change this to an allow rule? Is that, oh, that's it? I can just say, no. Oh, that worked. But it highlighted these all red. Yeah, unable to do this. Value is required. And now I can't save it. So, I don't know. Maybe 1000. What is this thing trying to say? Is CIDR prefix must be between 1 and 32. Oh. This thing is just really slow, that's all. Now I can save it apparently. Oh, because I had all this typed exactly the same way. Order was set to 100, I guess. That was different. You think you have 5K today? Oh, wow. Nice. Is point accrual correct? Are people getting the right amount of points every day? Also, what do I do here? Did I set this up correctly? So it'll bail out right before starting the server. That's totally fine with me. Well, it's not really totally fine with me, but it's good enough. Actually, no, you know what I should do? I should have this start up legitimately. How do I check that? Apparently at... Nope, they're not. Okay, weird. What's the point rate? It should have been 6 points an hour. So if someone doesn't mind just looking at, let's just take a look at. So BotLad has, all right, let me just keep right. Let me know if the giveaway worked. This thing is still failing to connect. It at least, okay, it thinks everyone who's in chat is in chat. That's good. And Firecrafter apparently tried using expired token. Is Firecrafter in chat right now? Firecrafter. How do I check that? Apparently at... Nope, they're not. Okay, weird. What's the point rate? It should have been 6 points an hour. So if someone doesn't mind just looking at... Let's just take a look at... So BotLad has, all right, let me just keep track of this. Make sure point accrual is correct. You're a man of your word, Timbroya. Okay, we can tweak this for now so that it doesn't do that. Let's go into Debian 1 and then do this. I want to go into the account server one here. So let's just comment this out, and then it'll fail. No, none of this is gonna work. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, let me think about this. So if I wanted to start this up correctly, I guess first thing I need to do is initialize the database. And someone's controlling the lights? No, no one's controlling the lights actually. Maybe, yeah, I'll do this just the real way. All right, so here's what we do. We open up dev host again, or maybe even prod host. I don't know, what's the difference here? One's gonna try to connect to the overseer, yeah. And I specify account server DB interface. And then database host. So now I initialize the database by using whatever information is in here. Init database, this. So I want to do something like this. Init database dash I dev host dash K dash vault file password. This is ask sudo password. I don't want that. And then the database host turns into the same as the account server. This isn't confusing at all. Alright, let's try running that. I was going to ask for the PEM password again. There. Okay, well, maybe this will work. Oh, wait, no, it won't because... No, maybe I used the right password. I don't know what's about to happen. This stuff's all fine. Nothing here would have failed. What would fail is eventually the database specific stuff. The database migration, connects, all that. So far it's working well. That'll show like an error, but that's fine. It ignores that. Create folder, upload. Yeah, good. Pull the repo, install a bunch of stuff. All right. I mean, this is going to take some time. I'm going to go turn on a fan in the meantime. All right. There we go. Jackie Chan, thanks for following. Can't believe Jackie Chan watches my stream. Alright, well that's just going to take some time. So let's see, getting this to work on Azure was simply a matter of... I should really write this down. Getting everything to work on Azure using Ansible. So step one was modify SSH config so that it uses the right private key to connect to the Azure IP addresses. That was step one. Two was modify devhost.ini to include account server, game server, and account server DB interface. Three was to run this command. And then just run ansible dev.sh. That should be it. That should work. This apparently failed. Init database, unhandled rejection, pool was destroyed. This means it couldn't connect to the database. Which, like I said, probably means that the password is wrong. I wonder if I should just uninstall MySQL. Try reinstalling it. Alright, so MySQL-u root-p. What is the password? Yeah, that worked. Something's wrong here. Something's wrong. What was this running? Initialize the database for the first time. Node E require init database. So I could just do this myself if I wanted, right? But I have to do it as BL deploy. So let's create this, rename this to BL deploy setup DB. Right, great, okay. And then BL deploy, go into Botland account server, go into central server, database, yeah, whatever. Node-E What's the total command here? Init database.yaml. It's this. And we just had to be in the database folder. So if I just run this command, we'll see what failed. Oh, environment variables are going to be the cause of failure this time. Database user is not a string, yeah. I wonder if these things are set incorrectly. In fact, that's probably the case. Dev YAML. Database root password is set to password. That's the problem. Database host. Yeah, this can't work. I need to set these things myself. Okay, I can think of how I would do this. It's just not super straightforward. I need the variables from here, because this stuff isn't pulled from the... No, it's not pulled from there. So I need the variables from here. So this needs to run as though it's prod, and I just need to override database host. I think that's it. I think that's what I have to do. Root password. Good. JWC. Yeah, that's all fine. And then dev YAML. Where's the host come from? Infra YAML? Is it here? I think I'm already doing this then. Database user, database name, that stuff's fine. I think it's just the database host. And I'm already actually setting that here. So I think I just run with prod host. No, you need to use prod host so that you get the proper database passwords in the vault. Better switch it to chicken. So modify prod host to include copy all of this. Great. And we'll just paste it into here. Perfect. Okay, and now we'll run this command. That's 100% definitely going to work. That's a joke, by the way. I have no idea if this is going to work. In fact, it's very likely that it doesn't. Oh, this is running as the wrong user now. Remote user equals Adam. Gotta keep typing this in. Perfect. Okay, and now we'll run this command. That's 100% definitely going to work. That's a joke, by the way. I have no idea if this is going to work. In fact, it's very likely that it doesn't. Oh, this is running as the wrong user now. Remote user equals Adam. Gotta keep typing this in. Remy. Alright, I'm hoping for this. Really, once this is done, the steps aren't that complex. So I don't expect that this will be too hard to figure out. I think after this, it's setting up the database again, using, well, whatever. There's still some stuff to do. While this is working, let me set up the endpoints for the game server here. So I go into endpoints, add, and then what was I supposed to do here? Could have sworn I wrote this down. Yeah, 3000, 3003, and 8080. So name is going to be client run. In fact, we can set public port to 80. That's a better idea. Client. Yeah, I'll just say BL client. Perfect. we permit everyone. We hit OK. Well, we try to hit OK, then this thing complains at us and never lets us do this again. What if I trick it by making an error there and then fixing that? That works? Seriously? Wow. They have improper form validation here. Alright, so that still failed. It's probably still using the wrong information. But how? Unless I set it up wrong, but I didn't. I tested this, right? Yeah, I was able to connect to MySQL over here. Show databases. Do I have a botland database? No. Oh, man. What am I doing wrong? This thing says pool was destroyed. Alright, let's collect up all the credentials it is trying to use. So, it's using these. It's using these. It's using prod vars.yaml. It's using these. Adam at his best. Adam ate this best. There's one thing that's missing here. Database host. Right, and I manually set that. Maybe I set this to the wrong thing. Is this correct? 1367.183. Is that this IP address? I don't even know. 1367.183.57. Yeah, that's correct. I don't know what to do. I have a feeling one of these things is wrong. I just don't know what. Vault database root password. Vault database password. Huh. No, it's just botland. E timed out. Wait, what? Connect E timed out. That's unexpected. Maybe that's what's going wrong here. Maybe I am specifying this incorrectly. Database 1367.183.57. No, that's right. Did I run that way? Database prod host vault password file extra vars database host user equals Adam. Huh. Thanks, Jackie Chan. No, Ivan is. They're just teasing you. It's not Jackie Chan. You lost the game. Extra vars. Let's see where else I specify this. I don't know. Maybe. No, that's right. Okay, well, there's one other thing I could try. Yeah, one other thing I could try is this. I could just set all these variables here. So let's change all these into exports. And then I'll just figure out what's going wrong here, I guess. So export this equals this stuff. Then only these need to be set correctly. So I'm going to set these off screen and do the entire thing off screen. And hopefully never accidentally show this on screen. So hang on just a sec while I set this up. So the root password, where is that? There it is. And the Adam password is there. Now I copy paste all of this over to here. And then I rerun query database. Yep, and that same thing's happening over here. Pool was destroyed. Okay, so let me see if I can get it to the point where I can show this on stream. That's probably good enough. Oh no, something screwed up. Alright, well, let's do this. And if I need to change the passwords, I'll just change the password if I show them on stream. Doesn't really matter, they're not protecting anything at this point. So it says connect, E timed out. And the host it's connecting to is this one. Maybe because I didn't specify... And maybe I should do localhost here. Oh, Versace. Haven't seen you in forever. How's it going? Where have you been? Okay, let's try just specifying a database host of database host equals 127001. Let's try that. Oh, that works immediately. Wow, great. So then the issue is that I wasn't allowing traffic on this thing? No, well, now everything's fine, so I figured that out. Great. Note, the 127001 is not a mistake. To connect to itself on loopback so that it doesn't go through firewalls. Is the MySQL server bound to 0000? Oh, I probably didn't do that. How am I supposed to... How did I set this up on... No, maybe that's the problem. Yeah. I wrote all this stuff down when I was having these issues last time, right? Where did I write this? Here. Installation on Linux. To manually type that. Configure it to be accessible on all addresses. Yeah, bind address. That was the issue, huh? Wow. Yeah. Okay, points to everyone. That was bad. I went through all of this a while ago. Can't believe this. Versace says, hey, I've been working so I never get home. I rarely watch Twitch, and if I do, it's brain dead content like WoW and CSGO. So you're saying I should play WoW or CSGO? You can watch me again, Versace? This has better PvP. What is it? Player versus programming? Yeah. Then restart it, and then create a user if I haven't already, and if I have, do that. Yeah, okay, so I just need to link to this page when I do this the next time. What's going on? Did OneNote crash? No, there we go. However, if you want to specify its real IP address to test things out, make sure to read through this note on setting up MySQL on Linux. That it's bound to 0000. Oh, good, Jason. Yeah. What the heck is Tom Ato? I'm getting epic endgame gear right now. Like a bind address. Don't listen to me. Just don't listen to me. Alright, let's change this. And then I gotta restart the service after this. So we're gonna... Oop, what happened? What did just happen? Ah, I copied that circle at the beginning. I don't want circles in my commands. I don't have a sudo use. Oh, man, none of this is gonna work. Alright, there we go. So now we change the bind address to C0000 and then restart by doing sudo service restart. Okay, now let's say I ran that exact command that I ran before again. Now it should work because I changed the bind address. So if I just press enter here and then I type in the passphrase here. Hi, Philly. Adam is a WoW streamer. Can you test the game so we can see how it looks like? Unfortunately, I actually can't. That's what I'm in the process of setting up right now, and even then it's not going to work. I have screwed up too much. But you can watch that video in the meantime. It hasn't really changed since that video. So, actually, you know what? This might fail, but it won't fail with a timed out error. It might fail with a database already exists, because it does. I just made it, but... Hey, let's go. Yeah, I got it from the auction house. 127001. Oh man. Come on. By the way, who was it? Let me see. Jackie Chan. Okay, so then the giveaway stuff is working, and presumably so is the follower reward. Okay, so what did it fail with now? E timed out. That's a problem. Because I did everything I needed to do, right? Configure it to be accessible on all addresses. Change bind address. I did that. Sudo service MySQL restart. I did that. And if you haven't created a user, then create one. But that's what my script does. If you have created a user, then you need to make sure the host is set correctly. Oh, I probably need to grant root access. Let's take a look. So show databases. Yeah, let me do this off screen for a second. So if I say select describe MySQL. Alright, so there's user and then host. Let's do that. So select user comma host from user. Okay, so root is allowed to connect. Yeah, not on %. That's the problem. Yeah, okay. So let's just grant access. Grant all privileges. Grant all privileges on star.star to root at %. Perfect. Okay, now let's rerun this. We're going to get there. We are going to get there. Yeah. I'm going to update that other note. Let's say this. Make sure to read through this note on setting up MySQL so it's bound to, and root has access on %. I'm using the root user to set up another user, and then the other user is what I'm using to connect to the database. The problem is that I couldn't even connect as the root user unless I specified an address of 127.0.0.1. It takes a long time to see if the change I made works, because a lot of these things, despite that they don't make changes, need to find out if they have changes to make. So for example, install package.json, this is something where it's got to go contact Sinopia, and then, oh man, I still screwed this up. Oh right, I didn't flush privileges. Oh my god. Wait, yes I did. Grant all privileges. That should have done it. I don't know. I don't know what's going on anymore. Maybe I just specify this. That if you get E timed out, to just use 127.0.0.1. Note, if you keep getting E timed out, then just specify the host, database host as 127.0.0.1. You don't need to flush privileges. Can't you try and connect manually? Yeah, I did. I guess I could try connecting manually from here though. MySQL-uroot-h. What's the IP address? Here it is. -p. And then the password is oh, this is gonna fail because I don't have the firewall configured correctly. It needs to be allowing the SQL port. Also, let's add these things as long as I'm at it. Set up endpoint rules. REST server has 8080 open. Client has 3000 open. Game server has 3003 open. Game server. Yeah, this will only work if I configure this to be allowed. So I could do that, I guess. I go onto the account server. Actually, let me finish adding these things in. Game server REST 8080. This is something that should only be allowed from the account server, I think. In fact, I don't even think this needs to start a REST server. What does a game server's REST server do? Also, man, the fan is drying out my eyes. But it's keeping me cool. It's got get health, it's got reserve game server instance. Yeah, this isn't needed. I don't need this. We can just get rid of that. So it's just 3003 that's needed. So game server 3003. Come on, if I fix that, then there we go. Now I can click OK. Did you grant access to the right DB? I did star.star. So maybe that wasn't correct. I have a feeling though if I set add, so let's do database from game server. So public port, what's the MySQL port? Default port is 3306. 3306, 3306. And then the IP address, so we'll allow access to just the game server. I'll just say MySQL. And we'll permit, but only from that particular IP address. Okay. Alright, now let's try connecting again. So this should work. See, previously it said can't connect. If it says refused, then I know that just the password's wrong. And if it just doesn't work at all, then that means that this has still not been configured correctly. But I can't see how this would be. Oh, it says an update is in progress. Okay, that's why. There, now it finished updating. Now I should be able to do this. Let me just type a wrong password. Hi. There, yes, access denied. So that's perfect. That means that I configured the firewall right, and now I just need to specify the right password. So now we specify the right one, and it still says access denied. So then maybe the password is wrong. Maybe I accidentally... Well, that doesn't make any sense. I typed it in correctly over here, and that worked. Something's fishy. Yeah, something's wrong. Yeah. Did you change your bind to 0000? Yeah, I did. I still have that over here. Bind. See, it's set there. Is that the only place that bind shows up? Yeah. So I think the passwords, I'm just specifying them wrong for some reason. I don't know why though. Maybe if the password contains a weird character, that shouldn't have anything to do with this, right? And like you can see, Atom is allowed on %, root is allowed on %. So the only thing I could think of is that the password's wrong. It's either password or host address. It can't be host address because it says access denied. If I specified a host address that doesn't make any sense, like 182.57, and then I type a password, it won't even say access denied. It'll just say timeout or something like that. The password for remote connections can be different than local, I think. Okay. Also, hi, awkward pause. I don't think I've seen you here before. Welcome. This reminds me of a joke. E.g., when you set your password, include the IP it's allowed from. How am I even configuring the password? Because that could be the issue here. But I don't remember ever doing something like that. I mean, your address, like your IP not being allowed, either that or password. Those are the two things that give an access denied. Oh. Yeah. Well, actually, okay, so I can test for sure if the password is correct, because I can just do this. I can do mysql-u root-p, and if I copy paste this in, yeah, okay, so the password's definitely correct. So then, yeah, the only thing it can be, how do you exit this? There we go. So the only thing it can be then is, the wrong yeah, it's the wrong password, I guess. Set password for username at host, password, new password here. How do I set up passwords to begin with, though? I use this. This isn't right. I use init database. So this does create database if not exists, and then grant all privileges on database name plus dot star to database user at identify by password. So maybe, can you connect to a specific database with this? Maybe that's the problem. Database -- database equals botland. Is that all I have to do? Because I can only connect to that. That didn't seem to work. But I think I might have specified, yeah, that's the wrong IP address. Okay, I don't know. Let me look through the rest of these things that I'd written down. I haven't created the user, then create one. Yeah. Did I ever specify -h in here? Oh, it allows you to connect. Can you SSH to the server and run that locally? I don't want to change the password yet. Although I guess that's a fine thing for me to do right now. So I guess let's try that out. So set password for Atom at % equals password. All right, let's do that. So I gotta run this from here. So now I can connect with the password chickens. -- password equals chickens. Oh, all right. Well, points to awkward pause, but I don't understand. How is this any different from what I had done before? Also, I gotta go change that password. I'm just gonna type random things on my keyboard for right now. And then I'll change it to the real thing. You didn't have identified by in your grant statement? I did though. It's right here. Identified by database password. And that's maybe, you know what I maybe did? Maybe I accidentally set the root password as Adam or something. I don't know. I'm not sure what I did wrong. All I know is that the password was wrong. But let me try connecting again with the right password now. Yeah, that works. I don't get it though. So, but I still can't connect as root. So that must mean, I guess what Awkward Pause was saying, the whole thing about passwords being different. Actually, I could just do user host password. Let me check this out. No, root has the same password everywhere. I can see the hash of it. Oh, except for not on %. Oh, whoops. No, never mind. You're right. You're totally right. Okay, yeah. Grant all privileges to this dot this identified by password. No, without typing identified by, you'll have no password set, but only on whichever host you specified. MySQL lets you set up users/passwords per host. So you could have a weak password when on localhost and a strong password outside of it if you wanted. Yeah, great, cool. So I'm sorry that took so long, but it's figured out now. So I've got to go back to my grant statement, and I've got to type in the right password. Okay, good. Is there any way to clear the screen here? All right. Now, let's try this out. So this is the real test. Root, I type in the root password here. Everything works. Perfect. All right, we're done. Okay, so that's set up. Let's write this down so that I never forget this again. It's modified dev host to include this. I don't even think I'm going to do things that way, but database host, if you keep getting timed out, no, that's not even. With a proper password. Then REST server, I'll say, and optionally the MySQL port of 3306 if you plan on connecting from somewhere else, e.g. your own computer. If you set up MySQL, make sure to specify a particular IP address instead of allowing it to the world. What do you hear about us chickens? All right, we're in business. By the way, we cracked the window last night, just a tiny bit, and we both slept miserably. I woke up an hour and 40 minutes before when I normally wake up. So surprisingly, I actually have energy right now. I did not expect that. But maybe it's because of these terrible MySQL problems. I'm just going to crash right after it. Just like my programs. All right, next up, it's trying to configure this stuff for running everything. So I think we can just do more prod host. Can I just do this? Bash Ansible? No, that wouldn't work. Let me figure out what I'm supposed to be typing here. Hey, Limey Orange. Nice name. All the Adam hearts. Alright, so extra vars. Allow game server termination equals false. Sure, fine. Doesn't actually matter. Database host equals. Let's get the account server. Database host, remote user equals Atom. What else needs to be true? Is AWS equals false? And that's that. Can I just run this and not have anything go wrong on me? Decryption failed. Okay, wait. That's because I forgot a backslash. That's all. Okay, cool. Good. I can do this. Alright, let's hope that works. So what am I doing? I'm working on a game called Botland. I would like to just show people instead of having to link the video, but unfortunately everything's busted right now. Just everything. So it's an online multiplayer strategy game where you automate robots, and you should just watch this video. And then hopefully at some point today I get the game online again. It was online before this week, but then I screwed everything up. And hey, FPS and Digite, hey. How are fans of Atom called? Actually, I never came up with a name myself. Maybe you guys will have one. Man. Alright, I'm hoping this stuff works. The problem is the client doesn't work. Like, I can't even run it on my own machine right now. Check this out. If I just run this and I run this, hopefully these things start. I don't know why it's taking so long. Alright, so those things run fine, except for that. That apparently doesn't run fine. Oh, because I had this set to run on port 8085. How did that happen? That's how. But that shouldn't have been checked in. I reverted that file. Strange. But whatever. Okay, so there. I have my servers up and running, and now I try launching the client. I think this is a minor fix, actually. Maybe I can fix this right now. Let's try this out. So this is going to error like a million times, complaining about graphics or something. Who needs graphics? So the server responded with a status of 404, output.json not found. And then it can't parse it, so it just screws up after that. So what if we fixed that? That's revolutionary. What if we fixed a problem instead of creating them? This right here. What if we just didn't do this? What if we change it to return promise.resolve? Except that we can't do that, because we need the Atlas JSON to pass into setup Pixie, because the Pixie wrapper has Atlas JSON, which, what do we use this for? Get everything in Atlas JSON.spritesheets. Image name. Yeah, what if we just didn't have that? Okay. So what happens if you do this with undefined? What do we get? What do we get? Node infra node cons ld was required load dash ld dot map. We just delete this thing, and we say undefined here. Oh, cool. It returns an empty array. That's perfect. Okay, so then here we can just do promise.resolve with an empty object. And then run this and everything will work totally fine. Maybe. Nope. Not at all. Cannot read property texture of undefined. Ninja base. Oh, I don't have any images here. That's why this is breaking. But I don't need those images. Set up debug sprites. What? Should have never been here. Render debug sprites? Seriously, what is going on? There, get rid of those things. Does Botland work again? Can I just run the game? Oh, thank goodness. We sort of got it. Not quite, because these are obviously not visible. But if you imagine, you'll see bots. So you're making a game based on coding. Sort of. It's based on automation. I wouldn't say it's based on coding. And there's a difference because with code, you actually are writing out something like move right and you're deploying something like that. With just automation, you're not necessarily typing out code. You could be just dragging move right onto here. And this is much easier for people to understand, I think, than code is. So if you want to make an entire script of something, you can just drag this on here and read through it if you want. You don't even need to. You can change things around. I could change this out. Just let's delete that, let's say. And now we just read through this code. We say if there's a closest enemy and we can zap and we're adjacent to them, then zap them. Otherwise, if our long-range weapons will hit, then try hitting them with that. Otherwise, move closer to them. And try firing our lasers randomly, and then just move. That's it. EBS update, new cold storage and throughput options. This is today, wow. Okay, I'm going to need to read this at some point. Thanks, EJ. Alright, so let's get the real graphics to show up. How is this broken? Probably Client Arena is broken. Render. There's a sprite to use somewhere. Render entities, there it is. Maybe it's in here. Yeah, all of this is nonsense. All of it. New sprite component. Does this even exist for bots? Reflect, zapper, wall, projectile, laser, landmine, resource, bot. There it is. So what's going on here? Alpha equals 1, alpha equals 0.5. Something's wrong. I think I deleted the part where this thing is rendered. Sprite.alpha equals alpha and then clone. Yeah, okay, this needs to be changed. This can't exist here. Blocks are what I had to use. FPS, I try to make them as easy to use as possible in Botland. And so part of what you have here is, like, yes, using these blocks is pretty annoying if you just drag each individual block. So you have an if statement. And now you're like, okay, if I can move right, then I want to move right. Okay, great. And that took whatever, 10 clicks, right? The problem is that's tedious. So the solution is let's give you all the blocks we think you're going to want already combined. So here's that same thing, and you can just change the direction now if you want. If you want to, even something more complex like pursuing an enemy, this is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 5 different blocks combined into one. And you can still treat it as a single block. You can put this in here if you want. So if I can move right, then pursue an enemy. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but you could. And you can change these things out if you want. And then if you want, afterward, just edit it as JavaScript and that'll work. So you can do what you need. $500 GP minimum? Okay, I'm going to delete that from my to-do list then. Done. Alright, so now we just need to get this working, and that shouldn't be too bad. We just take a look at this particular diff. What changed here? No, not this particular one. This particular one? No, what? What's going on here? There's somewhere where maybe it's here? That is red equals true. No. No. I got it. Oh man, this is bad. This is bad. It's really bad. Somewhere in here. Right here, camera.render sprite. Where did this... I should find a diff where that was removed. But I don't see it anywhere, and it has to be one of these 6 things. How did I miss this? Oh, there it is. Okay, never mind. I found it. Okay, well, let's just fix that then, and then we're good. Sprite.alpha equals alpha. Got it. Render. Done. All right. I hope bots will show up. Unexpected token illegal. No. Let's just refresh the page. Perfect. Look at that. It's working again. Yeah. All right, let's find out what happened on the Ansible side of things. Oh, I need to type in the private key again. But, uh-oh, what's that? Oh, I probably took too long to run it. Yeah. Let's start account server. So the account server is probably up and running. So let's do this. So this -- limit equals game servers. There. Now I type in the password again. Okay, cool. Let's try that out. Awkward says, this is better than some expensive enterprise options for visual programming. If you've ever seen web methods from Software AG's integration server, you'd be happy to switch. Huh. Interesting. I haven't heard of that. Web methods from Software AG's integration server. What is that? Web methods. What? They have a picture? If it's their visual programming thing, they should, right? Is it this? Oh, hey, my Chrome extension is working again to expand images. It was broken for a long time. I thought it stopped existing. A horrible attempt to create a Java platform. I don't know. I've seen some interesting visual programming languages, or programming interfaces, I should say. This looks very programmery. I feel like Blockly looks pretty accessible. When you have a script like this, it's not so bad. And even the more advanced scripts, I still feel as though they're readable. Something like this. Like, we get down into some somewhat difficult things for probably new programmers to understand. Like, if the closest enemy exists, and then try running through the priorities that I have here. But remember, eventually what I plan on having is just literally a single block that says, figure it out. And that's it. You can drag this onto any bot anywhere you want, and it'll just figure out the rest of the script for you. And so you don't even need to program, hopefully. They call it Flow. UI is different. Okay. Huh. Interesting. All right. So where do we stand on this thing? Not done yet. And even once it's done, the client won't be there. Well, I'll figure that out. They don't let you change the underlying functionality without creating a separate Java service and code, but then they don't let you run the Java service in the debug mode. Sounds wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to need to check in this change that I just made and then re-push the client. This should have never been checked in. Undoing a bunch of debug testing test code that was sprinkled throughout the real code that prevented the client from running. So I need to push that. Oh, well. No. Oh, God. There's so much more to fix. Botland app, I have the connect component set to false. Where is that? Show connect component. Where is this thing set? Lobby state. That's probably in a reducer. There it is. Let's get rid of that. And then let's try connecting to my server. I really hope this works. So I connect as Adam, hit connect. Perfect. Okay, good. I hit join game. All right, well, we're back in business. And what, I can deploy robots that just move randomly? Where is this? Move. There we go. Deploy, deploy, deploy. Perfect. Okay, so the client is kind of working. I just need to redeploy that too. And then we'll get the stuff online, and then everyone gets a Botland account for free afterward. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah, so Forgot to show the connect to server component again in my last commit. All right, so now we do another deploy. So the game server should be running, and I'm connected to it here. Where is it actually? Here I am. So let's just do ls as there so that my session doesn't time out. And then I need to get the client running. So we need to do another deploy. All right. Now I think the way that this is going to work, I'm running everything as BL deploy. So let's create a window. Just run this as client. So all of the code made it to here. Yeah, all the code made it here. I'm going to need to, yeah, so the client, like I could run it. It's not going to do anything though. And even then, it needs some variables in order to run. This is the one thing I have not automated in Ansible yet. This isn't even right. Client run.cmd. This stuff. Okay, so let's do this. Let's just change this into bash. So we change all these into export. Use unminified code equals false. I want to use the minified code. Port is fine. Local host is not fine. This needs to change. And I guess I have to hard code in the address. That doesn't make any sense, right? Did I have DNS set up for this? I probably had DNS. I don't know what the DNS was set up to though. So let's just put an IP. Okay, so the client should now be able to run. So now I need to do a git pull and then run all the client code. So doing a git pull is easiest by just doing that, I think. Also, let me put this back again. Okay, so we go back to the game server. Here we're going to export this as, let's do vim setenv.sh. So we'll do all of that. Also, let me put this back again. Okay, so we go back to the game server. Here we're going to export this as, let's do vim setenv.sh. So we'll do all of that. Okay, looks good. So now we go back into here, client, source setenv. Perfect. And now we just wait for this thing to finish. And then maybe it'll all work. Won't that be great? Then I gotta update DNS. And there's a bunch of stuff that went wrong here. And then file away all these notes. And then update today. So let's add this to my to-do list. Update DNS for play.bot.land. The 3000 isn't needed any longer, but I should still allow it to be specified. Okay, there's that. There is close all tabs in Sublime and file notes. And then finally update today command. Alright. So now we just try running this. Node bin www. Cannot find Module Express. Okay, that's actually really easy to fix. Also, I think I should have set node env to production. Probably need to do that. Yeah, probably need to do that. Okay, so vim setenv export node env equals production. Okay, so let's source that again. And now let's try and run a node again. Alright, it's interesting. So now I should be able to connect. Let's try it out. Oh my god. It's maybe working. Oh. It's online. I just don't know what my password is. And oh, you know what? I downloaded the entire database. I can just go look at what the password is. Let's take this over here for a sec and go figure out where that exists. Desktop, botland, backup. So Adam13531. What is my password? That's apparently it. Done and connect. Does it work? Does it work? I don't think it works. Create a REST client. I probably don't have access because yeah, this isn't connecting. The other thing is yeah, this isn't connecting. Well, maybe that's a firewall problem. Okay, let's take a look. So the account server needs to allow access to 8080 from everybody. It does. And that's it. That's really all that needs to happen. So what's wrong? No, that works. That means this is probably connecting to the wrong address. What did it say it's connecting to? 1367, and the one it's supposed to connect to is 1367. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that works. It's just not. Oh, it says REST client worked. So connecting to the game server is probably what failed. Let's take a look at that. Game server host address is localhost, and the port is 3003. Okay, so I bet I know what's happening. I bet the game server is not actually running on 3003. Yeah, that's probably what's happening. Played up on land 3000. So if I go into game server main.yaml, it's not the right code base. Server main.yaml. What's the port? Port is game server socket port. What is that set to? MCS Mike, if that's on Android, it doesn't necessarily work. Yeah, it's set to 3003. Man. The account server appears to be offline. Try again later. I don't. Just X out of that. Oh, right. It's only trying to connect to the account server right now. And it can't do that for some reason. I wonder if the account server is having issues. Logs. Oh, whoops. I can't show that. Let me try this again. Checking username equals Adam13531's credentials. It just says that forever and ever. Where does that come from? Then it does get user by name. Generic promise chain error. Select star from users where name equals Adam. No such table. Botland.users doesn't exist. Oh, right. I never imported the database. Okay. Let's import the database. So, Manuel told us earlier about MySQL dump. How do we undump? How do we load? Restore MySQL-u root-p password database name dump file. Okay, so I need to load the dump file onto this machine. Okay. This is going to take a little bit of time for me. Hang on a second. Figure out how to do this. I just should be able to SCP it, but I need to make sure that I'm doing it correctly. So let's look up SCP. Yeah. SCP-I that Adam at this, right? It's got to, no, it's got to be on the account server. And then what else do I type here? And I need a file. And the file is going to be desktop/botland backup/botland.sql. And we'll just upload it to the home directory. Does that work? Almost worked. I just need to type in the password now. Oh, it uploaded. Okay, not bad. Now we import that into the database. And how do we do that? That's this right here. So MySQL -u root -p, copy in the password. Database name. And that's it, right? Okay. Now I should be able to connect. Let's try it out. Oh, it worked. Oh. Join game? Oh yeah, that failed. That's not good. We were close. The game server had an issue. But what? What was the issue? Oh no. It's starting. Oh. Darn it. I know what's happening, I think. I don't know for sure. Worker died. Wait a second. No message handler for process exception. Service unavailable. Alright. So I just need to figure out how to start the server, and then I think we're good. You should really have a server startup check so all this can be diagnosed instantly. Yeah. See, the issue is I can do all that on AWS. Setting this up on Azure is not as easy because how I obtain certain things will be different. Like, there's no concept of an instance ID. Check we can connect to MySQL, check the tables exist, etc. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how much it's worth it to even get this thing up and running. I think it is. Okay, so here's what I have to do then. I have to just start up the server. I just had to figure out how to do it. It shouldn't be so bad. We just go into gameserver.yaml and we copy all of these things, right? So let's do that. Vim server sam.sh. So I need. I'll just copy all this out of here. Although, do I need the path set correctly? I probably do. So let's do export path equals. Actually, what's in my path right now? It's already set correctly. So I probably don't need to do anything special here, but I probably should anyway. Path colon dot node bin. There we go. So that's good. Export is AWS equals false. Export node env equals production. Export num game servers equals 1. Pre-beta auth password equals, and that's going to need to be set. I don't know what that is. This is going to work. I'm going to need to do this some other time. Or just never try to do this again. This is so tedious. Maybe there's a better way to go about doing this. What was it that failed the first time that even caused me to want to do this? Do I have those logs anymore? Service unavailable. It was coming from game server. What was this? Line 154, but that's not going to be the same. Oh wait, it is the same. No message handler found for process exception. Too bad. Which is too bad. Like, what service was unavailable here? Maybe connect to over. Oh wait, yeah, that. Connect to Overseer. Right. I did not think about that. Okay. I need to just do that, I think. Then just run Ansible dev. This is so far from the truth. All right, let's find the real thing that I've got to do. One of these is probably the command that I need. Not that. This is AWS equals false. We need connect to Overseer equals false. This is the real command that I need to run. Run this. Yeah, because I think setting up an environment specifically for this is going to be really annoying to do. This should work. Let me get rid of this stuff. Let me put this over here, and put this over here, and then close out of this. That way, my first tab can be chat and not botland. There we go. All right. Well, now we wait. In fact, before I do this, make sure this isn't showing a bunch of oh yeah, that is showing a bunch of personal information. There, got it. Okay, so then it's just a matter of setting up the correct auth password, and then I should be able to make accounts, and also DNS. Yeah. Set up the correct pre-beta auth password on my machine. That way I can make new accounts for people. Enter the key. Oh, I forgot to limit it. That was bad. Okay. All right, let's see if I can start this stuff. So update DNS. In order for me to do that, I've got to connect to AWS. And everything is like so many different steps here. So I need the password from my phone. Turn this off for a sec. There, turn it back on. Is there a banned words list? I don't think so. All right, so let's update play.bot.land to point at this IP address. So play.bot.land, yeah, update this, save. Okay, and then we need to make it so that going to port 3000 will work and going to port 80 would also work. So let's go to the game server. And then endpoints. And then I have public port 80 going to 3000. Let's make public port 3000 also go to 3000. BL client 3000. Hello, what's going on? Protocol and public port must be unique. The public port is unique. What? There's no other public port that has this. What is it talking about? This is going to complain about this being out of range. That's fine. Okay, I guess it means a private port also needs to be unique. That doesn't make any sense though. Two things can't map to the same. Man. Okay, well for now, let's not worry about that. Let's just reconnect to here and see if I can join the game. Go on that site. Does it actually? The hidden donut shop. What? Alright, I'm deleting that. Yeah, okay, I'm deleting that. I didn't even realize. Where did that go? Alright, mc.bot.land. This. Delete. How do you delete? I had a problem finding this last time too. There it is. There. Okay, so connect. Good. Join game. Can't get this to work. So close. It says in unhandled rejection, service unavailable, an account server returned 503. Oh, this means the account server host is wrong. So many issues. Because infra.yaml, account server host. There should be like act.bot.land somewhere, prod.yaml, prodfairs.yaml. Where does this come from? Here, right here. This is the issue. This is wrong. Great. Okay. Okay, let's just run this. And let's make sure to run it with a limit on it. -- limit equals game servers. I'm gonna get this to work. There. One step closer. Donut Shop's now being hosted on that VM. We'll get this to work. In the meantime, nslookup play.bot.land. Does that point to what this is pointing to? Yes. So I should be able to just go to play.bot.land now with no 3000 at the end. Hey, Spurman. Okay, so that worked. But now it doesn't remember our password. I don't remember the password. So I guess we're going right back to that old IP address. Because I don't want to have to locate that again. Alright, it's almost ready. It's installing a bunch of packages right now. It shouldn't take 2 hours to do this stuff. Alright, it started. So now we can hit connect and then join. It failed. No default engine was specified, none was provided. What is going on here? Oh yeah, apparently a bunch of people are trying to load this page, not just me. I guess that makes sense. I wouldn't expect otherwise from you guys, but why can't I join? Internal error, and it's not printing out either. That's too bad. Wait, listening on port 3003. Weird. Also, nothing's stopping people from connecting. What do I do? So what's up? Oh, the usual. I think computers actively hate me. No default engine was specified and no extension was provided. I don't know what's happening. Alright, what do I do? I guess I test to make sure that this works on my own computer. Make sure people can't connect to game servers unless they're in an allowed list, which is only specifiable by the overseer. Alright, let's try running this stuff on my own computer. So, what's this? Hitting URL. This is. So if I do this, and I connect just locally, everything should work totally fine, right? Or is that broken too? Oh, that works. So why doesn't this work online? There must be something else I'm doing wrong here. Botland shouldn't be this hard to launch. I totally agree. It timed out trying to connect to 8080. That's the issue. This thing, does this work? Nope. Yeah, that's a problem. Is that the right IP address? No, wait, what is this IP address? Where did it get this from? This isn't even a thing, is it? 38.57. What? Where did this come from? Is this anywhere in DNS? Is that where this is pulling this from? What was it again? 138.57. Is that anywhere in here? No. Where is that IP address coming from? It's just magically trying to connect to this. Did I do that? Oh, I did that. Oh no, I typed 138 instead of 183. Oops. Okay, that was a typo. This is just a simple typo, guys. Just me trying to sabotage myself repeatedly, guys. Yeah, thanks, Samdi. I actually just realized that I didn't have chat showing. 8 and 3 mixed. Oh, Anonymous said it too. Okay, wow. Just stealing content? I've actually never seen that show, although I did see all of Breaking Bad and really liked that. But I really doubt the plot of a popular TV show is some guy screwed up a number and an IP address. Like maybe a real address and he went to the wrong house and they arrested the wrong person or something like that. I don't know. But this does not make for exciting TV. In fact, I don't even think it's exciting Twitch. I think people just like watching me fail. You people, that's right, I said it. You Twitch viewers. No respect. They flipped the number on some address. Yeah, that's what I expected. Okay, so I accidentally ran the wrong thing a second time. Alright, in about a minute and a half, this is all just gonna work, and you're all gonna forget that this ever happened. Was this hitting my head today because I forgot an E character and a method name? IP didn't exist in 2001? Oh, wait a sec. Better Call Saul takes place before Breaking Bad, right? Yeah. I should probably watch that show. Hey, Old Noise. I haven't seen you in forever. How's it going? I'm calling yourself an idiot. I dare you. No, I've done away with that. I gave you enough points. I'm just waiting to hit this refresh button. I'll show you what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for this thing to finish, and then we'll know. Oh, there it goes. Start game server. Okay, so here we refresh this. Everything works. Come on, we know it's gonna do it. We got this. We got this. We got this. We got this. Okay, that's fine. That says it was successful. Everything worked. And you're a cool person. All game servers are finished initializing. Connect to server is not specified, so not connecting. Doing fantastic, actually. How's Botland doing? Botland's not bad. It's just fighting me a little bit right now. Just a little bit. Okay, is this URL correct? And this is eventually going to be fine. This URL, yes, perfect. Okay, so that works. What else is going on here? The only things I see in the game server are this. Whoop, uh-oh. Okay, so we have this. Game server is version 000, calling listen. So game server REST server is listening there. Fine. Then these are listening on ports 3003 and 3004. This client is correct. It's successfully connected. Listening for connections. Yeah, all this stuff should be fine. Maybe I just didn't forward ports correctly. Let's go to this and try 8080 at the end of this. Does this give me some sort of... Oh, that won't work. I'd have to curl from this machine. Let's try that. Curl localhost 8080. What does that do? Infra hello. Yes, perfect. All right. All right, so then the only thing I have left to check is whether this has all been configured correctly. Port 3000, I don't care about that. Port 3003 has permit to everyone. Why, this is right. The game server is not getting any traffic. I think the problem here is that yeah, traffic just can't make it through. How would I test this any better though? There's nothing else that could be happening, right? I can buy stuff? Yeah. That works fine. I hit join game. It says there is an internal error. This is failing immediately though. But where is this error coming from? I don't see anything on the server logging right now. Oh, there. That's the problem. Localhost. Oh. Why would that happen? Yeah, game server host address is localhost. Okay, wait. That's the issue. That's why it's failing immediately. Actually, you know what would have been really bad? That probably should have worked because I have something running on localhost. Strange. So this was a client failure, which means it's coming from somewhere in here. I just don't know where exactly. Oh no, I know where it is. Oh, never mind. This is the problem right here. I have setenv. Let's rm server setenv. I don't even have that. Okay, let's just ls that. Yeah, there. Let's go to that. Game server host address. When I chose localhost, it's because I'm editing it on this machine. I did not think when I did that. All right, this should fix everything. Now we just source that and then run this, connect again, connect, join. It's working. Finally working. Okay, so let's see. Can anyone else connect to this? You need to remember your password. And you need to go to play.bot.land. Your password won't be saved there. Let me deploy. Oh, local storage is gone too. Great. I lost my script. So let's just set this to something. I don't know. This. Great. Great. Deploy, deploy, deploy. All right, so yeah, let me know if you guys can connect. Actually, there's no way for you to get your password back. All right, let me fix the rest of this stuff. Gabriel, thank you for following. Oh, well, if my bot's working correctly, you should get a whisper from BotLad pretty soon with a link to control my lights. Let's fix up the rest of this stuff. So one of the things I needed to do here, yeah, I can see people loading the client, but I don't know if they're able to do anything else there. Let's do a more setenv. It's not here. Run this. For starting the client, you'll need a setenv.sh script that you source before calling node bin www. Yeah. Okay. Wait, Mike is in? Oh, good. So people are able to connect. Ooh. Okay. So now I just got to fix up the last few things here, And then Botland is up and running, and it only took all morning. So set up the correct pre-beta auth password. So if I whisper Botland bot password, this is gonna fail, right? Yeah, because I had to restart my bot. Let's do this. Resume token s app. So this is no longer 3003 at the end. No, wait, no, that is. Never mind. I take that back. It's the password that's wrong. What is the password? I don't know what the password is. Pre-beta auth password. Wait, I hacked this. And by hack, I mean the bad kind of hack. This, it's super token password. Yeah. Blue screen says, how can I join? I'm working on that right now, and then you'll be able to join. So first, before I forget, let me find CD scripts, CD handlers, Atom handler. We're going to set today to be 0 points for everybody. So let's do 0. There. So it'll cost nothing. And I just need to update this. And I've got to be very careful about how I do this. Let me do this off screen for a sec. I don't remember where this is. Set SSH auth sock. No, where does Phantom bot, light control, run, start chatbot. Start chatbot. Okay. I think I did it. I think so. Switch to AWS to Azure from AWS or using both? I'm using both. And see Anonymous. All right. Here goes nothing. So we close this. And then we do. Wait, did I already screw up? Maybe not. Start chatbot. Hang on, let me take a look here. Okay. Did it connect? Is it working? Connected to game server. Okay. It worked. Okay, so everyone can get access. Everyone can finally get access to Botland again. For free for now. Type /w Botland bot game into chat and you'll immediately be granted access. So you can just copy paste it from that message if you want. I think that'll work. There are a couple of potential problems there, which is, oh, what's going on here? Yeah, with rate limiting. So if it doesn't go through the first time, then just try again. I got to figure out how to stop that from happening. But then you'll be able to connect. Oh, the URL that it gives you is going to be wrong, actually. Because it's going to say play.bot.land:3000, right? Yeah, this URL needs to change everywhere to just play.bot.land. Okay. Well, like I said, it's going to tell you the wrong URL. So if you just go to play.bot.land with nothing after it, you'll be able to connect. And I have my password here, so let's try this. Adam13531, password, check, connect, don't care, join game. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm back in. All right, nice. Whew. So it's kind of working. How do you find your password again? Just whisper Botland bot the word game again. That should work. Let me make sure. Why not have both bots use Botland bot credentials instead of having two bots? So yeah, if you're missing your password, just whisper Botland bot the word game, just like how new people are supposed to do it. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the two bots thing. So Phantom bot is Java plus JavaScript extensions. My bot, Botlad, so Botland bot, is Node.js. And they need communication between them. So if I had a way to control my lights from just regular JavaScript and not from Node.js, I guess it'd be fine. or if I had inter-process communication. So I would either need inter-process communication from botland bot, or I need Node.js to be accessible from botland bot. I guess phantom bot is really the thing that I should be writing here. And anyone who had played before, you should have everything intact on your account. So all of your bot base should be the same. A question, I got a password, but it says user not defined. Any thoughts? Are you typing your Twitch username exactly how it appears in chat? Justice? Five kills? Oh yeah. I don't think my bots are really doing anything in particular. And then Justice, if that doesn't work, I can look into the issue a little bit more for you. So I think this stuff is working. This is done. This is done. I need to restart the chat bot at some point. Oh, okay? You got in. Yeah. As for how to play, just press B on your keyboard and then figure things out. There's a video you can watch if you want to, and I can link that to you. It's not supposed to be self-explanatory right now because I didn't do really any work on the UI. This stuff is not final. The graphics aren't final. The game is in a relatively basic state, but it's free for now if you want to play. So many people online. Yeah, I know. It's nice. How long will the pre-beta be up for? This server, I'm going to try to not touch for the next month and a half. So if you get an account today or you want to play ever in the future, this should be online. Eventually, I'm going to switch over to AWS completely, and then it might only be online while I'm streaming because it's going to cost me money, and I don't want to pay a ton of money for testing. So I'll probably turn it off when I'm done streaming. But for now, this should be online 24/7. And I should, whoops, that wasn't supposed to show up, but it doesn't matter because it's not that, right. I just showed it again, whatever. Great, so look into how much my burn down is on Azure to make sure it's less than, what, I guess $5 per day. And Blue Screen, thanks for following. Oh, all right. Yeah, and now my bot screwed up about who's in chat. That's too bad. It thinks one person is in chat right now. One person. You can't have everything working, I guess. All right, well, let me close out of all of this other stuff. I'm done with this for now. I think I can close out of this stuff over here. I'm just going to close everything. But good. Spent 2 hours fixing the game. The lights work. They only work if my bot knows that you're in chat. And right now you can see this. It says in chat 1. It thinks one person is in chat. I am using TMI. Wait, maybe I'm not actually. Let me take a look. Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm using just client.onJoin, and I have TMI here, so yeah, I should use that. Huh. And Hiroshima Hurricane, thank you for following. It thinks I'm in chat because I'm the best. Hey, Norm. All right, I'll deploy a bot. What team am I on? Okay. I'm going to try to get my old code back. Actually, yeah, it doesn't exist. Oh, you know what I could do? I could go to play.bot.land:3000. This won't work. I was going to say I could get my local storage from there and then save it on my other one. Yeah, I'm going to look into that in a bit because yes, this works so much better than what I have right now. My bots are stuck in the corner. If you want, you can either hit Control-K or type /kill into the game's chat. Either one of those will kill your own bots. Okay, so for now, let's just deploy this script with artillery and missiles. I'll just deploy that. That way there's something here to fight you guys. And then I'll make a better script. What do I want as my better script? Melee, teleport, cloaking. Let's go with that. So we'll do melee, pursue enemy. I guess the bottom of all of this, pursue resources, reclaim should be in here somewhere. Let's put that here. And then move. And let's take the Ultra Killer stuff here. And let's take Ultra Killer's movement script too, because I like that better. That's this. So we'll get rid of that. Put that there. Good. Get rid of this. Okay, cool. So here is most of the script, and the only other thing I want is to teleport to the closest enemy. I only need this part. So I'll say this. Okay, there's my script. So let's save that. I'm gonna kill my bots, and now I'm gonna deploy 3 more. And now these ones know how to melee. Oh, they don't have cloaking on them. Whoops. Okay, I gotta put cloaking on them. But these should teleport over here and then start meleeing. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so let's kill them and then make them cloak. Cloak we'll put in here. Okay. Or, you know what else? I kind of want to, well, let's just save that for now. I'll deploy these. There we go. All right, see FPS. There's what at the end of the link? Oh. Wyatt, no work. Pape, I mean. Do you have this many things? No, you don't have Artillery 3. And I know this UI is bad. This UI is not final. It's not going to end up being that way. Is Melee still overpowered? I don't know. I don't know if Melee was ever overpowered. Like, it does a lot of damage, but the problem with Melee is getting in melee range. And you have plenty of opportunities to die before you make it into melee range. By the way, anyone who's deploying bots, if you check auto deploy here, then when your bots die, they'll just immediately be redeployed into the arena. So you don't ever really need to do anything extra. Oh, I teleported and then died. I should probably be cloaking before doing anything else. But look at that. I'm recovering some life when I reclaim. Perfect. Come on, fight me, red team. Fight me. Anyway, you guys can figure out the game. I will get back to work on this stuff. I'm going to need to start this up again at some point. So chatters. How am I getting who is in chat right now from IRC messages? I'm going to need to fix that at some point. All right, they're here. Fix bot lads so that it's using TMI to figure out who's in chat. If there's chase code, can we get retreat? You could, but it's not going to be perfect until I've added in new APIs. Because the problem with retreating is the whole you are here, and there's an enemy here, and there's an enemy here. So it's I. Anyway, you see that this one's closest to you, and you know maybe there are some above and beneath you. So you move this way, and all you've done is put yourself closer to another enemy. So the move code has to be sophisticated enough to list out all the enemies, then figure out a vector in which it can move. Hey, Endurin. And I just haven't done that stuff yet. All right, I think I can close out of these things. And yeah. Let me close this stuff too. I can put this on my other monitor. All right, so close all tabs in Sublime. Setting up Botland again, done. Wipe out the old machines that I had. I don't know if I did that. I'll have to write that on my like post to-do list. Wipe out the Azure. Actually, this is fine. Wipe out any remaining first VM and REST server resources. Great. Okay. So now this is going to be the new thing. Last updated now. So MySQL, I want to save this stuff off. Installation on Linux. Let's put right here, so basic commands, sure. And let's also say saving/restoring a MySQL database reference. Oh, what happened to the reference? Darn it, MySQL dump. I think it was, yeah, here. So we put that there, and then I just save this off. Backup restore. There, looks good. Mr. Muffin says, hello, are you able to help me with a problem I have in C#? Yeah, probably. Well, maybe, I should say, not probably. But sure, ask away. Backup and restore. So perfect. And then, note, MySQL dump is needed to back up the database. And I don't know whether it comes from MySQL server or MySQL client. Do I have this on Windows, by the way? MySQL dump? Yeah, I do. Backup, restore. Perfect. Let's close out of that. Don't need that. I'm going to paste this in the chat again and then close out of the tab. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Close, 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 close. I don't need this anymore. I don't need that. I probably don't need any of those tabs. Yeah, okay, cool. So here's just the chat bot. What about this stuff? Done. Had to figure out how to export all content from the database into a file. Done. And done. MySQL? I've never heard that before. But is there a correct way? I'm not sure. I looked this up for PostgreSQL before the stream 7 months ago. And I know how to say PostgreSQL, but I don't know what it is for MySQL. I've always said MySQL. All right, so I close out of all these things. Hey, Nick Tenu. I think most acronyms that are tedious to say, like, you know, graphical user interface, for example, are going to be, well, I guess it's an initialism, not an acronym, but most initialisms are going to be pronounced. So I think saying SQL, it really doesn't matter what I think. It's not going to change what people say. All right, what do we have here? Oh yeah, so this was at 924. Let's do points botlad and figure out how many points it has now. So 4458. So it gained a total of 11 points. Oh, this is 1124 or 1114. So it's been 1 hour and 50 minutes. So it's 110 minutes, and it gained 11 points. Yeah, so that's perfect. Right, 1 point every 10 minutes. Yep. Okay. Yeah, so point accrual is correct. GUI equals GUI. Oh, that reminds me. I'll be right back. Hang on. Okay. I had to take the cookie dough out of the fridge because I plan on making cookies at lunchtime. Where does he go? I was gone for like 10 seconds. Come on, that wasn't absurd or anything. Chair. I think you're thinking of this, Darkstorm. Alright, done with that. So fix botlad and then update today. Mr. Muffin says, so I'm using a list int that stores default values, for example, multiples of 5. Then I go through, and if a different value is held in numeric up, down equals. Mr. Muffin, so the best way to show some of this stuff is, oh, what's the term for that? Darn, I have it written. Hang on a second, let me find this. The short, self-contained, correct, compilable example. So I'll paste this page in, but basically you have some C# code. So I'm just going to write some JavaScript code here that's what you're trying to do, right? You have like var array equals 5, 10, 15, and then you have some code here. Just upload this code online that you're using, and then people will be able to help you a lot better. So either use Pastebin or bpaste or something like that. So I'll link this into you too. So there are a couple of websites. I mean, this website is just to tell you about, if you're ever asking the internet for help about something, here's how to increase your chances of actually getting the help. It's to make things as short as possible, easy to understand, make sure that people can run it, give instructions, give examples. I have like 2 hours before it has to be handed in. Well, so here's, yeah, I think just like I said, put the code online. And I think I'm very hesitant to just tell people answers ever when helping them code. I think if you're doing something like, let's say you had this, var x equals, 5, 10, 15, and you say console.log xx, and you're like, hey, why doesn't this work? I'm totally fine pointing out you made a typo. Like that should be x, not xx. But when you're writing an algorithm or using the wrong data structures, at that point, I would try to guide you toward the answer. So if you only have 2 hours, now is probably not the greatest time to ask, given that I don't plan on just directly answering. But yeah, you can still upload your code and people can take a look. Okay, so the thing I wanted to do here is I'm using join messages to figure out whether people join chat or not. And that leads to these weird issues where you have 0 people in chat and then everything breaks. So 159 remaining. The thing I got one instance of it working, but the other version won't work. Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of this, Mr. Muffin, getting to the point where you can debug your code quickly is a very good thing. Because you'll find out why things aren't working. Okay, so let's figure out how we're supposed to get people in chat. Commands. This is not what I wanted. I want to figure out the API for this. So what was the URL that Mike gave me? This one, tmi.twitch.tv. Adam, you just need to make an HTTP request to the TMI API. Yeah, okay. Adam's mall? I don't own a mall. Alright, let's put this in the right spot. Just put this over here. No, what? I wanted to drag that tab over to... Fine. There. Using OAuth. I shouldn't need to do that. I should just be able to say client.api and specify a URL. And then I'll get the body back. I kind of want to test this by making... See, this is the problem with making jokes like that. It's that whole, haha, joke's on them. Now they think I'm an idiot. Oh, right. Yeah, Botland did go offline. Hey, ProSam, let me fix that. Add com today. Adam is now fixing up the Botland Titanic desk. Oh, what happened? Did I close app as well? What happened here? Huh, I probably did. Oh, I saved it and then I closed it. Yeah, got it. No. See, this is the problem with making jokes like that. It's that whole haha jokes on them. Now they think I'm an idiot. Oh right. Yeah, Botland did go offline. Hey Pro Sam, let me fix that. Add com today. Adam is now fixing up the Botland bot so that giveaways and follow rewards work correctly. Last updated now. Let's go to Adam's mall. How did Botland go offline? I had a subscription for Azure that went over the billing limit because I was paying for premium storage. And instead of just removing premium storage because I didn't know how to do that, I started from scratch and that took 2 hours to fix. But now it's back online and it's free for everybody to play. When did you stop editing the today command in the JS file? When I upgraded Phantom Bot. There is no JS file with it now. It's only in the database, and then the commands know how to read from the database. Okay, so I want to test this out. I'll need to fetch these people every once in a while. I think every 45 seconds is fine. In chat.push. Okay, let's test this. When these things have connected, yeah, let's get rid of these entirely. So now in chat is going to be used down here. We'll just get them. Grab follower list. Grab viewer. You upgraded Phantom Bot. How did that go? That took so long to do. It was like 3 hours. I've never had an easy time upgrading that. So in summary, they changed the format of a bunch of things, like in the database, for example, and I had to figure out what they changed and then go update things. That's like Weedley's favorite joke, I think, Riza. So really, grab follower list should do something like this. API options, client.api, that, process follower list. So I need 2 callbacks really. The first thing I need is to grab the viewer list, and then after that grab the follower list. So function grab viewer list, var API URL equals that. Stream's name, is that, yeah, that's Adam13531. Okay, we can just do that. And whoops. So what does this return? This returns things like that, and then what does this one return? Limit and offset. Let's get this. Follows direction desk limit, let's say 30, I guess. Offset equals 0. Is offset even defined anywhere? Yeah, 0. So what does this return? And then how do I use that? Process follower list. So I get the body, JSON.parse the body, and then get follows from it. So I can probably just JSON parse this too, right? Is this... Aw, thanks Ivanus. It's always nice to Give real compliments. Alright, let's paste it in a compliment file. Done. Okay, then we just get, what, viewers in here? Chatters dot viewers? But we also want to get the moderators. Like, does Orange Ray, none of these people show up twice, right? I'm assuming, yeah. So I want both moderators and viewers when I consider someone to be in chat. Okay, that's not too bad. So let's do that. Grab viewer list. So we do client.api, API options, and then we get a function with error rest body, and we say grab followers list at the end of that. Let me do this too. Error return from Twitch API. There. Hey, Dead Sparrow. When you look at the source text of Netflix, it's one line. Yeah, the reason for that is because almost all production JavaScript code is going to be minified. So instead of your code, I'll just give you a really simple example. If you said var x equals 5, var y equals 5, and then var z equals x plus y, so z is going to be 10, right? So this is the regular code. Actually, let's do this. First, second, third equals first plus second. So the minified version of this is going to turn into, it's very likely going to turn into this. Whoops. There. So this is minified code. So they take out your variable names, they take out any spaces, they take out any comments. They actually would probably define these with commas as well, so it'd look even different. They'd figure out that you don't even need variables A and B because you could just use the 5 somewhere. So that's what happens with Netflix too. It just minifies your code. Okay, so I have this. That has a return. We have the rest of that. I want to do parse. Yep. Oh, whatever. Endurn. Whatever. I'm going to give you a point because you're still vigilant. Keep it up. Alright, so grab viewer list. Here's what we want to do. We want to parse this. So we have object.chatters.moderators and object.chatters.viewers. So var moderators equals obj chatters moderators and then viewers. And in chat is going to be the combination of both of those things. So let's take a look at how this works. Actually, what am I doing? Mod equals great, and viewers equals this. And I think the array prototype has this built in. In fact, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Let's just trim this down to 2 arrays. Say A equals A, B, C, and B equals D, E, F. Now what I want to do is I want to do A.concat B. But then I want the unique of all that. So const LD equals require load dash. LD.unique A.concat B. LD.unique is not a function. It's like, it's without the UE at the end, I think. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, that works. What if an admin, staff, or global mod comes in chat, then it won't work? Wait, what were there other sections here that I was just ignoring? Oh, staff, admins, global mods. Yeah, you're right. I want pretty much everyone in chatters then, huh? Okay. And hey, Skynet. Yeah. They're already unique? Okay. Doesn't hurt for me to filter it, but staff, admins, global mods. So what I really have is something like this then. Chatters equals like viewers A, B, C, mods D, E, F. And I want to go through each of the values of the values. So ld.values chatters, ld.map each of those to, or actually what could I do here? Let's just look at Lodash. There should be, I don't want that. Flatten? I want to flatten an object. Please type top 10. Fine. Oops. There it is. Maybe it's an idea to whisper the commands instead of spamming chat with it. Yeah, I could change that. What is it? Whisper mode toggle? I don't know what it is. Was that right? No, that's not right. It's like toggle whisper mode or something. I don't remember what it is. Whisper, toggle whisper mode. What did I type? Whisper mode toggle. Okay, there. It's been enabled. So now when you type something like that, it'll whisper you. Okay. Thanks, Metasolid. I don't know if you're... never mind. I was going to link you a video that would not have been funny to you. Okay, so going back to this, do they have flatten for an object or a collection? Keys in, map values. I think I know what I'm supposed to do here. I'm supposed to do ld.map chatters to ld.values object. Yeah, and then I flatten that. ld.flatten. Perfect. Okay, we got it. Now we lose bragging rights. Oh, I'm gonna change it later. But for now, I'm gonna leave it as is. Yeah, I could do that, for man, but then it's not a cool Lodash way of doing things, is it? So obj.chatters, const chatters equals, okay, there. So as shown here, chatters is an object of named objects. We only care about the values of the inner object. Yeah. You ready for a takedown request? Okay, the only problem is this needs to be saved somewhere. So we save it as in chat. And that's everything. I should really revamp this entire code base at some point. So let's try this out. Let's see if this works. Right, because this tells me how many people are in chat at the time. Okay. I've objectified everybody. Ooh-wee. Alright, did that work? Let's type info here. In chat 0. Okay, I'm pretty sure I failed. Let's take a look. Where's the scroll bar here? Oh, there it is. Something's wrong. And ProSam, Atom Art probably will be a command at some point. I wonder if this just hasn't run yet, because it only runs every... No, I don't think this is working. And when do we say added to the ode list? Oh, adding. Yeah, I don't want this there. And there's somewhere else that I'm doing, like some crazy console log. Where's that happening? Here. 54 console logs. Oh, man. That's funny. Yeah, okay, so I screwed this up. In fact, I should write the code to do this. Well, where am I calling fake CLS from? 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay, because I think that thing's going crazy. Grab viewers list. 3 emote slots left. Yeah, but no emotes for them. How good is JavaScript compared to Ruby? I haven't actually used Ruby, and I think that comparing languages in that way is not necessarily great, because they usually have different, how do I say this, like communities almost, and so people use them for different purposes sometimes. JavaScript is right now the language of the web, definitely. It's client side, just everything has to end up as JavaScript. That means you could code it in C++ if you want, but at some point you've got to get it to JavaScript. Lately, the last few years, people have ended up using Node.js so they can run JavaScript server side too, and then have their whole stack in the same language. So since I've been using JavaScript, that's all I commented on was JavaScript, but I think there are a lot of pros to it. I also think there are some cons to the language and to the community and to packages and to everything else. But I don't think there's any perfect environment. All right, so I have totally screwed this up. Let's figure out how I was supposed to do this. So I'm not getting anything about error parsing JSON. Let's change this to... Oh, whoops, no, I'm not even calling the API. That's what's going wrong. Oh, boy. Okay, so I have a question about set interval. When I run Node and I do set interval console.log hi 5,000, does this run it and then wait for 5,000, or does it wait 5,000 then run it? It looks like it's waiting 5,000 then running it. So it should print hi. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So then I want to do both of these things. I want to do this and also immediately grab it. All right, so now let's run this and let's see what happens. In chat, 59 people. Yes. All right, let's run some giveaways. This is finally going to work. So no one is in chat and is being owed a token right now. But if I add people, then... Metasolid says, I'm pretty green in JavaScript, so where should I start learning some stuff? Let's say I want to create a search query-based website. What do I need to start with? That's a harder question for me to answer when it comes to specific resources, because the way I learned was by just taking a project and trying to do it, and I don't think that was the best way to learn. So I don't know what tutorials or videos or anything you can look at specifically. But I will say this, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me and the rest of chat. Also, let me readjust my webcam here. Feel free to ask me in the rest of chat. All right, so let's run some giveaways, and let's see if this works. So yeah, cool. It knows that these 3 people are owed tokens now. Perfect. Oh, right, runs every 5 seconds. Oh, no, it's not. Yeah, okay. You're talking about the thing that I typed in there. Okay, great. So it's working. I think that's much, much better. Hey, White Angel. Ooh. It's your time to shine, guys. Darkstorm. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm glad I did that. I'm really glad. And also, who told me about this again? I think it was Mike. I'm going to give Mike another point. What do you use Lua for? I think you use Lua when you want an embedded language, an embedded scripting language that doesn't really impact your runtime too much. What do other people use Lua for? Just any number of things. Even a game engine, love. I'm not a huge fan of Lua. I've used it. Okay, so now this is going to be the next big thing. So Adam is back to working on infrastructure for the majority of the time. Priority number 1 is to finish getting multiple games working on the same VM. Type this, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so let's just update this time and paste this in here. Stay off my lights, Mike. Don't lie, Boatland was the next big thing. Man, Boatland. Wait a second, wasn't I supposed to whisper you the response to that? Oh, I have it typed out as .say. Yeah, okay. How many views does that Boatland video have? 110. Wow. Okay. So, back to work. Let's close out of these things. Okay, looking good. All right, so we are now at 11:42, and I've gotten no code done. What are you gonna do? Why does it take Botlad a minute to give out a light token? Because I made it follow the same queue system that I already have going on, which is every 40. So when you follow, you get a light control link for 45 seconds of usage. If you use it immediately, then the next person to follow would get their token like right at the end of your time. So that way people weren't necessarily stomping on each other's light control usage. I could queue this up differently. So when you win a giveaway, it just throws you onto the same 45-second queue. And that's why. Yeah. Okay, so toggle whisper mode, we're gonna have to update this later. I'll just put this up here for now. By the way, as long as I'm at this section of my to-do list, I want to comment that tomorrow is going to be a strange day for scheduling the stream. I'm leaving my apartment probably around 11 a.m. and then returning sometime around, when will I be? The meeting's over at 1, you know, it's probably like half an hour travel, maybe I get lunch, 2:30, yeah, it's like 2:30 or 3. I wonder, maybe I should take a poll about what you guys would want to see. Would it be worth it to stream for 2 hours in the morning and then 2 hours in the afternoon? Let me ask what you guys want. Let me put a straw poll. Tomorrow's Wednesday, 4/20/16. What would you prefer out of the stream in order to accommodate Adam's midday meeting? Short stream in morning, short break, short stream in afternoon, no stream in morning, slightly longer stream in afternoon, or don't care. Wait, would I be willing to do anything else here? Maybe I could do a longer stream in the morning. Yeah. Longer stream in morning, no stream in afternoon. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Yeah, I know what you guys think. Because what I think I'd want to do is probably this one. It'd be really weird. I don't think I've ever done that before. I'm not sure. You guys should just vote on whatever you want. I'll figure it out. Because I could wake up earlier tomorrow and just do that one. Yeah, 4:20, I know. I'm gonna We get non-stop Vape Nations tomorrow, huh? So make sure people can't connect to game servers unless they're in an allowed list, which is only specifiable by the overseer. However, if connect to overseer is not true, then we don't care about this. There are a bunch of options around this that could change how this works. For example, suppose I'm running locally. I want to always be able to connect to the game server. I should probably track whether I'm running in cluster mode or not. If I'm running in a cluster but I'm not connecting to an overseer, then I probably also want to be able to connect immediately. Not sure how I want to do this. Maybe the option I specify is just wait for overseer to give permission. I'm not sure. More morning streams. What have people said so far? Longer stream in morning mostly. Okay, I'll take this into account. I'll maybe paste this one other time throughout the day, because right now this is still kind of the morning for me. So the answers are going to be biased toward longer stream in the morning probably. So I'll ask again in the afternoon. That way these people might balance it out. Although I'm pretty sure the majority of the people watching are in Europe and would want the morning stream to be longer. Not positive on that. I don't think this is something I work on right now. I think it's something I do eventually. So let's just copy paste this out of here and then clean up this list a bit. Your afternoon starts at midnight for me? Yeah. Okay, so let's get these things out of here. And what's this? Change how they track states. That should be done. Yeah, so let's put all this stuff at the bottom. Okay, put that down here. That paste correctly? I don't think that did. There we go. And then what else do I have here? That stuff, I guess. That's good, that's good, that's good. Yeah, so we'll put this stuff at the bottom too. Good. Okay, so now the to-do list is mostly unfinished tasks. You start at 17 or 16 Europe. What time ago? Well, so I'm GMT -7. For those of you who don't know, there's the streamer time command. Oh, that whispers me. Yeah. There. Yeah, so I'm GMT -7. That doesn't... Oh, whatever. Let's figure out the overall plan. I had a pusher example there somewhere. So I think I want to get the matchmaker into the mix now. In the game, something needs to mark the game server. This is ready. Once you're done running a game. What's the meeting about? I'm giving a speech about the stream and kind of what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. It's a public speaking club. So fix the to-do item in here, which is running game servers being updated correctly. The smallest tasks. Nothing tells a game server instance that it's running a game. I think I fixed this. It tells it that it's reserved. And then once this one's done, make sure the cluster tells the worker that it's finished running a game and that now it's ready. Oh, I'm out of water. Alright, I'm gonna go get some of that soon. Try running the game server cluster inside PM2 to see if they get wacky messages. Yeah. I had a command for doing this. I don't know what it is. Will the meeting be streamed? No. I can't do that. They may actually take a video of the meeting, and I might be able to request that I get the video, but you guys are here. You know what the stream's about, what I do, and how things work. Hey, Red as a Tortoise. Hi, I'm Adam, and I have a honey problem. I actually haven't had honey sticks on stream for a while. They're sitting right there on my desk, too. So I want to do this thing. Let's figure out how this will work. Infra. Oh, I can't load up the infra code. That's not good. It's because this project is infra. So I go to game server main.yaml. Is it with the Botland crew? No, it's at Microsoft. So it's just the people who are, it's an open house for this club. And it's usually reserved for full-time employees, but for the open house, wait, no, it's always reserved for full-time employees. They make exceptions every once in a while. Someone's speaking there, I guess. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, I wanted to check out if played.bot.land is up and running still. Just want to make sure nothing crashed. I also kind of want to see if people are connected. Interesting. Connect did nothing. Why is that? Did this already go offline? Account server appears to be offline. Do I even believe that? I probably do believe it. No, it's online. Something's wrong then. Strange. Can we all get a shout out at the meeting? Oh, and you as an old employee gets a lucky spot to speak about how it's all going. Yeah, it's something like that. I mean, it's not like if you were in the area and you wanted to join, you could probably just join as a guest for a little bit. But someone would need to let you into the building. You need to, yeah. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. This is not connecting to the account server. And it's not timing out either, and it's been like a minute. What do I do? What do I do at this point? Account server appears to be offline. So I hit connect here. Tokens. Post. I probably don't want to look at this on stream. Hang on a second. I got a 200 and then provisional headers are shown. And then what? There's no response to that? Huh. Weird. In cat can code. Thanks for following. Actually, are you part of the Robot Kitty team? Actually, I can just find out. Probably. Oh. You're apparently not even in chat. Okay, never mind. Well. Good job, you broke the game. Yeah, it looks like that. Let me connect and make sure that that's not really the case. Account server. Screen RD. It says checking Adam's credentials, checking Darkstorm's credentials, connects, timeout, acquiring a connection. The pool is probably full. Are you missing a transacting call? Ooh boy. So it's timing out connecting to the database. That's really bad. Really, really bad. I'm trying to see where I'm doing this stuff on the screen. The database seems to be fine. I can connect to it. It's the account server that's pooling connections that I guess is bad. Man, I don't know why that's happening. Okay, I don't know if now's the time to fix this. But I don't think this is ever just going to fix itself. Yeah. Time on acquiring a connection. Huh. Alright. Oh wait, a bunch of things just went through. Successfully generated token. Whoa. Let's go back here. It looks like everything just succeeded. Yeah, there, now it works. What happened? I didn't do anything. Okay, well, now we can join the game. That was strange. I don't know, I haven't ever seen that happen before. I'll definitely need to figure that out. Alright. Well, next up was starting this thing correctly using PM2. So let's start the cluster and make sure it's not getting any weird responses. I just don't know how we start this exactly. I guess we change all these things into sets. Set is AWS equals false. Set node env equals, it doesn't matter, development. Set num game servers equals 2. Set pre-beta auth password equals password probably. This is the right code base. So cluster run, what else do we have here? REST server port, connect to overseer, yeah, these things. So that needs to be there. Run.js has some of these passwords in it. Yeah, it's all this stuff. So pre-beta auth password is password. REST server host is localhost. REST server port is 8080. The port that we have is 3003. Bluebird forgotten return 0 log folder equals Wildland server logs. What else am I missing here? That's fine. Super token password. Good. Good. Connect to overseer should be false. Good. Okay, cool. So let's do that. And then we take this command. Except this needs to be the dist folder. What's quote 33? Okay. What's your favorite fruit? I think it's pineapple. Best fruit is pineapple, and the best vegetable, which apparently people were saying this isn't a vegetable, avocado. This refers to the fruit. Do they ever say vegetable on here? No. So apparently avocado is a fruit. I don't know. Whatever. I consider it a vegetable, and it's the best vegetable. But I don't know what it is. There's a bracket on the end of the URL. Oh, man, you're right. Okay, let me go fix that. And thanks for pointing that out, Sparrow. Quotes. Whoops. So 33 has that. Okay, let's try that again. Why would it be a vegetable? Don't ask me that, guys. Does that video load? Yeah, it does. Okay, there we go. You hate pineapples? What kind of monster hates pineapples? here. So we go into dist, staging, game server, bin, no, source, cluster main. So I want this. I want everything from here. Do I run this in botland? I don't know. It doesn't really matter where I run this. Let's just give an absolute path. There. Okay, so does this work? Whoops. Oh. I forgot 2 sets in here. Set. So now what? PM2 logs is going to show that I have something running that shouldn't be? Yeah. PM2 kill. How'd you not get a warning? Oh, I fixed that. That's why. I don't know what I upped it to, but I did up it. Pineapple. Alright. Cool. So is this going to work? Or are we going to see that show up on the screen a million times? PM2 logs. Yeah, that failed. But that failed for a very legitimate reason. In fact, there was a no restart command somewhere that I should have specified, and I don't... Where do we put that? Dash dash no restart. So PM2 kill. In order for this to work, I need to run the... No, this... Oh, this is why I changed those ports. No, I don't have it. Unknown option, no restart. PM2 help. Pretty sure there... No auto restart. Yeah. And what, that's all one word? Yeah, it is. Okay. So we want this command. And I guess I want to run that again. I still think this is going to fail. I'm pretty sure these ports are wrong. Yeah, that bunch of stuff that just happened. It's because it's trying to connect to... No, wait, it can connect correctly. Is this working? Let's try that again. PM2 status. Alright, what's happening here? Yeah, these are working. I don't know why it's loading them like this. That's kind of strange. Does something happen if you get many warnings from the bot? Yeah, you get timed out. But it's temporary. What is going on with those extra... these things? It's strange. But I'm not seeing any special messages here, which is good. So if I were to connect... Oh, let me load up Postman, but do this off screen. Because the last time I loaded this, it had something that shouldn't be showing up. Alright, infrastructure. So here we go. So we have register endpoint. This is on 8080. I guess I want to make this... Can you make subfolders in here? Edit, duplicate, delete. Create a new collection. What's not underneath this collection? Test. No. That's too bad. Alright, we'll just call this game server cluster. Wait, there's add folder. What was that? Oh, cool. You can have subfolders. So yeah, let's delete this. And under infrastructure, we'll make... let's just make a new folder. I don't know why I even bothered with that. We'll say game server cluster. Okay, then in here, we want to save off some of these. So how do I add to this? Add folder. I'm pretty sure. I don't actually know how to do this. Whoa, what? Edit collection? No. Okay, I don't know. We'll just do it this way, I guess. We'll just duplicate this and paste it in there. There we go. Perfect. All right, so instead of health copy, we'll call this... Whoops. Get num ready game servers. So we just get, what, this is going to be 8081, and we're going to get, I don't remember what it's called. What are these routes? Reserve. There's reserve and there's health. It's the overseer that has the number of ready ones. Okay, so yeah, we just have reserve. Why doesn't the bot care for whatever is written after it? Because those can be arguments, and they just happen to not take arguments for those commands. Okay, so this becomes reserve, and I believe we post to it instead of getting it. Yeah, we do. So I change this to post, and I hit save and then send. Perfect. All right, but then there should have been a way for us to know how many are available on this thing. I guess we just have health, which we can duplicate into this. And then just hit save, send. Num ready game server 0, that's wrong. That's definitely wrong. Reserve, health, num ready game server 0. Why is that happening? Cluster M, get ready. Huh, strange. Can I reserve another one? Nope, 404 not found. Maybe there was only that one. How many am I starting here? There were 2. This is broken. This is definitely broken. 1 out of 2 game servers. Oh, that's what's happening. Worker 2 finishes initializing and worker 1 never does. So there was only 1 instance. And that's probably why these windows never closed. Maybe. I don't actually know the answer to that. If we do PM2 kill, PM2 logs. Let's try this again. Yeah, weird. Worker 2 never finishes. That's strange. Okay. I don't know what's causing this to happen. What I thought is that I left a debugger in the code. I don't know if it's there still. And it wouldn't matter. I don't have a debugger running. No, it's not there. REST client connected successfully. So worker 2 never gets anything after that. Let's just take a look at where that's supposed to happen. Cluster main, cluster master. So connect to overseer. This isn't needed. Install on exceptions. Listen. To the account server. That's coming from the game server in here. Account server. Right here. Then we call setup pub sub, standard in, connection manager, this. That stuff should all be fine. Then we send finished initializing. Okay, well something's failing, so I'm gonna need to put this here. Finished initializing, telling cluster master about this. So I'm not hitting this code. and I don't know why I'm not hitting this code. Yeah, let's try that out. So worker 2 says finish initializing, telling cluster master about this. Worker 1 never says such a thing. It just says that it successfully connected. But this is consistently happening. Why would that happen? Okay, let's just... No, I can't rely... I don't know. Something's failing. But it's not failing with any error. Or it's hanging. What's this picture? Alright. I'm going to close out of this. We're just going to change this code. I want to figure out what's going wrong here. So I could debug this, but I'm worried about it. Let's just debug it. So I need to pass an argument to this thing somehow. I don't want to do that just yet. Let's do it this way. Logger.info, setting up pub sub. Actually, you know what? Let's just do this. This is the fastest way to get this thing done. Watch this. There. Now we'll know exactly what it called into last. So it's calling... Huh, interesting. So it can't call the standard in handler. I mean, I was gonna change that anyway, so I guess that's coming up next. Before I get to that, let me go use the bathroom. Actually, let me write this down first. Should be moved to the cluster master unless we're not running in cluster mode. You change your Twitch handle? Yeah, you can change the capitalization of it if you go into your settings. You can't change the handle itself. Well, you can probably find it in your settings somewhere. But yeah, go into your settings. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. What's going on? Why do I see Remy's messages are all deleted? How much did I miss? Oh yeah, was it where Remy said the thing about Twitch handles? Jason, I'm typing quickly enough. I'm just not doing work quickly enough. Okay, Remy. Alright, so this fails, and I want to figure out why this fails. Make a new standard in handler, and it's probably whatever this is supposed to do. Process.standardin.resume. I've got to design how this is going to work. So this was already on my to-do list. Also, let's do this. So this command that I was running was pm2 stop all and then pm2 start. Yeah. Okay, let's load up yes.txt. Let's load up my 2 key files here. So I wrote this down right here. And now this is going to be something that goes up at the top because, oh, nice, okay. Have ways to route messages such as they are valid on the game server. It'll make testing a whole lot easier. So it will make testing a whole lot easier. I need to process.send, so there needs to be an interface in front of this. So this means the game server needs an interface for these commands that can either pull from standard in or from process.message. I should really just, yeah, I think I can make this pretty easy. BRB food. So on the cluster, it could route these commands to the game servers, and then they can send their log information back up. And on the worker, can work exactly how it's working right now. So let's make sure it's not broken on the workers themselves. If I just do a pm2 stop all, and then blga run, and then I use something like console.log hi. Yeah, it says hi. Perfect. Okay, so that's fine. Yeah, let's just change this around then. So the game server installs this itself. It can only do this now if it happens to be here. Setup cluster message handlers. Setup stdin. If not cluster.isWorker. Only install a proper standard in handler if we're the master process. Otherwise, we can't have many workers trying to access the same standard in. Oh, wait a second, this is only an issue because I'm trying to run within PM2, I think. Oh, then why didn't I ever run in this before? If I just do cluster run right here, does this fail? No, it works because they're separate processes. But when it's within PM2, it doesn't work. It must be how PM2 uses standard in. Only install a proper standard in handler for the master process. Otherwise, we may run into hangs in cases like Windows plus PM2, where where this function just never finishes. Either way, I'll say regardless of whether the program hangs, we don't want standard in handlers on the workers because they likely all share the same console. So we use the master to route a standard in to the correct worker. Okay, there. And then else, then we install a particular message handler that's going to route it as though we were using this handler that we have here. So this has this function. I think the only thing we do, is just don't call this function from here. So where else do we use this? We use it in game server, and that's it. So this should be pretty convenient actually. So we just get rid of this. This needs to be called explicitly so that we can use this same interface either via standard in or via process.on message. Transition from Evernote to OneNote, you were right, OneNote is much better. I didn't like Evernote, and like I said, I could tell you what it was that bugged me, and maybe they fixed it since then. One, I frequently had sync conflicts where I would edit a note on my phone and then try to edit it somewhere else, and it would just concatenate the two messages together. And then as a related problem, whenever messages got too big in Evernote, you could only edit a little blob at a time. So you'd have to click this, for example, and then it would open up just this paragraph. So if you were here and you wanted to hit down, and change this typo here, you couldn't do that. You had to like exit that blob that you were in, click this blob, then only be able to edit this section. It's really annoying. What do you use standard in for? I use it for debugging. So when I run a game server and I say something like, oh man, let me change the tick time on the server, I can just say something like this dot. Apparently I can't type anything. That's weird. Oh, because I'm in the process of commenting this out. That's why. But anyway, I could just change, who's in the arena. I could delete bots if they're having a problem. I could go inspect them more. So it was a way to debug without starting the program in a debugging mode. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, so in here, we're going to make this no matter what. Which means this should probably be... I should abstract this out differently, I think. Probably should have used this. REPL.start. Returns and starts a REPL server instance that inherits from readline interface, accepts an options of object that takes the following values. Oh, this sounds pretty good. Yeah, wow. I didn't know about this. Wow. Well, give Spurman. Read from any input and write to any output. Law Beginner says, do you think Botland will get as popular as Agar.io? I think it might if you add more features. I think there's such different games. Agar.io, you can log in, not even log in. You just type in the website and you're playing the game already, and it's easy to understand and like fully comprehend it within about a minute probably, right? You got very few controls. And I'd say even the strategy is not so in-depth. Botland would be a game that doesn't have that exact same accessibility. We want it to be at that level where you just sign in and you're immediately playing, but there are rules we have to teach people, and I don't know, it's gonna be tough. What about Slither though? Alright, so let's take a look at this at some point. Yeah. Actually, I'll add this to the regular to-do list, because maybe I want to do this afterward. Consider changing to REPL. How much will the game be? So the game's going to be free. This talks about the monetization of the game. Did I ever say the word free on here? I didn't. Okay. Well, the game is free to play. Yeah. Botland.io. I like the URL we have now. I don't think I could ask for a better one, because the game's name is Botland and the URL is bot.land. Okay. Well, for now, I can do this. Go back into here, set up standard in, and then here I can install a particular message handler. Message handlers. So I make one for REPL. Equals this dot handle SCDN. I think we can just do that. Oh no, this is gonna be a JSON object. So we can't do that. So we got to do this. We got to do message object. Right? We'll get the whole object here. I guess we just need to do SCDN try catch message object dot command. Yeah, let's try that out. Random question, if you all can help, I know this is off topic, but I'm looking to get an IP outdoor cam. Oh, I can't help with that. There's actually, let me see if someone's in chat right now. No. Alright. Yeah, I can't help. Do you think a Botland will get as popular as Slither.io? It might if you have more snakes. You'll see. On the snake front, at least. Alright, so now we need this cluster message type. Cluster message type. Perfect domain. Sent from master to worker to eval the text as though it was typed into SCDN on the worker. Alright. Gonna be played in the real Olympics. Would you sell the Botland domain for like $5,000 if someone asked? If Botland is dead, then maybe. But if you mean like right now, if someone offered me 5,000, like no, I would not do that. That'd be a bad move. Meme domain registrations are going to be open this year? Is that actually a thing? Sounds ridiculous. And I bet Dank is going to be taken immediately. I was like 3 months in on a project before and I owned a really good domain. Someone offered me 5,000, I bailed. Yeah, I wouldn't accept it. More like 100K? That's at the point where I might. If it was 100,000, because I have botland.net as well. That points at bot.land. But yeah. You can already pre-order them. Oh man. And what do domain names usually cost? Anywhere from like $10 to $100 usually. But if it's a name that's already taken, then throw all those numbers out the window. It's however much they're willing to sell it for. Yeah, you could rename the game, sure, but I'd rather not do that. I mean, for $100,000, I'd consider it, but... Okay, so now we shouldn't have standard in try to be installed like that. Let's test this out. I gotta change how this works. So this should still work the same way it did. Yeah, good. But then this should work differently now. To the point where it actually is online. Yeah. catchy domain names are overrated? Yeah, I think people will use the search engine or bookmarks, like you said. Actually, if you do search for bot.land right now, what happens? Okay, that's good. What about on Bing? Okay, well that one's good. That's not good. That's not me. That's me. Although that doesn't exist anymore, I think. Oh, it does. I don't remember this. What? I still have this online? Wow, this was like one of the first pages I made. Neat. Okay, who's doing that? Oh, it's Zogzerd. Zogzerd's like never here. Wow. Well, I like your watermelon script, Zogzer. SEO presence. Advanced HTML. Okay, so in Cluster Master, here's what we got to do. I've got to install something like this, but whose handle is different. Because everything's going to be treated as an eval. I don't know. This is the whole point of having the REPL server, I think. Try an incognito. Oh, these could be your tailored results? Yeah, you're right. Oh, it's actually still pretty good. Yeah, not bad. It seems to be the same. Why is one light green and the other's pink? Zogzer was the one changing them. So you'll have to ask Zogzer. Alright, I think I want to look into the REPL part of this. Man. I don't know. For some reason, I think that the fatigue is starting to hit me. Let's take a look at this. Alright. Interactively run JavaScript and see the results. Debugging, testing, or just trying things out. By executing node with any arguments in the command line, you'll be dropped into the REPL. Without any arguments. Yeah, got it. Built-in REPL, invoked by running node or node-i. Persistent history. Thought they were all connected and controlled by one. No, they're not. Well, let me just give you a token and you can see. There you go. Light bug, I set all to pink. Is it a bug? Oh, Zogs are changing it. Okay, so what happens when you just run this? If I go into the game server run, and I do node-i, then this works differently from, and I just get rid of this, then what happens here? Let's get rid of both of these things. So, where did the run command go? Here it is. So what? That doesn't work. Contains result of last expression. Provides easy access to any variables in the global scope. Assigning to the context object. Or REPL, REPL.start. .context.m equals message. Use special REPL commands. .break. And putting that, sometimes you get lost or just don't care about completing it. .break will start over. Context to an empty object includes a multi-line expression. Close IO stream. Help shows this list of special commands. Save, load. Following key combinations, yeah. Yeah, cool. Customizing object displays. Inspect equals return. Yeah, good. Huh. Hey, Jen. Adam, I think I controlled your lights with an expired token. Let me find out. I can see Jen trying to control my lights with an expired token. Look at this. Someone is attempting to use a token that doesn't exist. And Jen just keeps typing stuff. Let me look at this. Yeah, so Jen, if you actually did get access, you should stop spamming me. Denial of service. Adam is learning Node. Yeah, I am. So REPL server. I guess I just want to see how exactly this would work. It sounds like it's relatively easy to start using. Like if I got the REPL and then I just did .start, what does that do? Let's do that. REPL.start .context .m equals, yeah, whatever, let's just do this. .start. Alright, now I run the game, and 43,000 is already in use. Okay, now I run the game. And what? 5? Oh, cool. What? This is super easy. I had no idea you could do that. That is dead simple. So I can use anything that's in global scope, which is basically nothing. I wonder if I have access to module. Exports, no, I don't have anything there. Okay, so then what we could do is this that I wanted to refer to was main instance, I believe. Eval, run eval arg string. So there was a run eval here, and then evaluating that, and then we evaluated it. Great, cool. Guess what? None of that's necessary anymore. We could just treat this as this particular thing. Const main equals, and then REPL.start, REPL obj.context. Can I set this? FPS, I can just give you light control. There. Sorry, I'm blocking the green light there. There we go. Just make this as annoying as possible for people who are bothered by lights. Okay, so I can quit out of this, but all I've quit out of was the REPL. I'm still in the game server, I guess. The only way for me to know that that's even the case, though, is to go start up a client and connect. Is this gonna connect me? Yeah, okay. But then the REPL is gone. Yeah, it's just gone. Okay, let's try running that again. This is gonna fail. So now I have this new REPL. If I type this, what happened? Whoa, we didn't want that to happen. Whoops. Okay, so if I just let's change this around. So this .game server, I believe there's a setup game server. Yes, there it is. So we go down to here. This .game server env, is this set correctly? Undefined. What was this then? No, something's wrong. Yeah, hang on a second. Let me take a look off screen for a sec. This refers to a main. So maybe it's this game server. Okay, that's a problem. How do I make the context just be equal to this thing? Freezed banana. Thanks for following. Oh, weird. Actually, only just realized. So, B4 Nanan. How do you want your name pronounced? Do you want the 4 pronounced as an A? Is it Bananan? I didn't realize until Freezed Banana followed that you might prefer that. And thank you. I'm glad you like that. Pronounce the 4 in your name like an A. Let's just figure out how to set the context here correctly. Ah, I didn't realize it. Okay, let me write that down. Put that here. Man, you could have corrected me before. If I'm pronouncing anyone's name wrong, you should tell me. What are the name pronunciations? Bananan. Okay. See, I'm not I'm not sure how I would set this, how I would set this, but I don't necessarily have to have it be this. It could just be main. Yeah, I could do that. Let's try that out. Dot main equals main. So now if I do main dot game server, yeah, I get a whole bunch of stuff. What's the time in the US? You can always do streamer time. That's not, I mean, the US has, what, 5 different time zones? 6? I don't know. The US might have 6 time zones. So it's not the same time everywhere. Moo05E. Okay, Moo05E. I gotta get food pretty soon. I wonder whether prototype hackery would work. REPL obj.context. It wouldn't make sense that changing the prototype would do that, because the word this on the REPL is probably bound somewhere. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. All I need to do is use this. This part works. So if I do gameserver.arena.ticktime, that's undefined. If I do it that way, yeah, that's 1,000. And then I can set that to something else if I want. So here's how this would work much better. Let's connect to the game server, join. I'm going to make bots that move randomly. And then we're going to check this out. All right, so I'm going to set the tick time down to 1. Yeah, okay, cool. So I can just change this on the fly, and we got a nice REPL for it too. That's pretty good. Wonder how to call things in the REPL, because I want this to exist. How would I call this? What does the REPL have? REPL let's just do this. Does it work on an iPad? It doesn't really. It kind of does. But the link is just play.bot.land. You also got tab completion? Yeah. Superman, that was really good. I'm glad you told me about this. Also, for anyone who's curious, this. Maybe there's a way to execute some code when you exit the REPL, so you can exit the program, for example. Yeah, I'm I'm pretty sure you can do that. So I'm going to take a look at that. REPL.context. Wow. Okay, what's in the REPL itself? Can I just... Yeah, circular structure. Well, what's nice is that it also has try catching built in. So I can't use that. And I can't really do that. So here's the stuff that I have. Is there a this in here? There's context. Use global. What was I even looking for? I want to have it evaluate something. I don't know how I do that. Eval, there it is. Oh, that was easy. Okay, fine. So REPL.eval console.log hi. Contextified sandbox argument must be an object. I guess I just want it to be REPL's context. Callback is not a function. Callback is going to be nothing. No, something's wrong. What's the way you call eval? Command context file name. Temp. Oh, that works. What's file name though? What's the point of that? Start prompt input socket. Exit action maybe? Yeah, I'll have to look into that. Why the heck are you running REPL eval? Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Why am I running this? I wanted to have it be passed in from the master. So here's what I want. When running as a standalone game server, i.e. not in a cluster, which is only for the sake of testing, the REPL is already configured correctly. When running in a cluster though, I want the cluster master to send REPL information to the game server, to the instance, the game server instance. I'll be right back really quickly. Alright, sorry about that. That was the cookie dough related thing. Yes, I had to start the oven. You don't use REPL.eval, yeah, define input and output instead. Oven beeping. The bomb has been planted. Could you guys hear that? Okay, so I should define input and output correctly. What are input and output? I could just make sockets, sure. But I wonder if I could hook this up to process on. Doesn't actually say on this page what input and output could be. Oh, they're streams. Okay. Yeah, so I'll probably just make it. I'll probably make it that. Alright, I think that's what I'll do when I come back from lunch. So, yeah. I need to specify input and output streams. I think it makes sense to you. No, sockets wouldn't make sense. I don't know if sockets are the best way to do this. I need a REPL on the cluster master and on the game server instance. Yeah, FPS, that does sound busy. Okay, I think that's it for right now. I gotta go get lunch. I've been really hungry. I'm also gonna make cookies. And the cookies I'm making, well, I had the dough already. But these, they are provably the best cookie in existence. It's peanut butter and chocolate. Oh, it's gonna be good. Gonna be really good. Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna go get lunch. If you like what you watched so far and you want to support me, then you can follow me or just keep watching. Either one of those is totally fine. All right, so I'm gonna go get lunch. When I'm back, I'll be back for I guess 3.5 hours. So yeah, see you guys later. All right, I'm gonna read chat because I missed a lot. No, I didn't miss that much actually. I'm gonna read chat. I'm gonna mute my mic while I do it because that air conditioning, man. Okay. Maybe, you know what? How about this? I'll just, every time I'm not talking, I'll just go zzzz, and no one will know that an air conditioning is going on. Air conditioner. But yeah, like I said, I gotta leave that on for at least a little bit to undo the effects of, well, it was doing the antithesis of what an air conditioner is supposed to do. You'd expect that, nah, never mind. You know what, I'll just turn it off. I'll slowly melt as the stream continues. You'll all wonder, why does Adam look like he's dying? And then you'll know. So I need to specify input and output streams. I need to figure out how this works. Also, hey Programmer D. Didn't it? Hang on a second. Yeah. The AC was off. And the exhaust pipe just fell out of it again. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do about that. Maybe duct tape. Hey Merlin. And yeah, I want the AC running here pretty much 24/7 in the summertime because I find it too hot, especially when I'm in a relatively small room with a computer on. And it's not like I can just open the windows and get a breeze. You guys would hear sirens constantly. Void Dreamer, I really wonder if this is just your stream freezing and you think it's me. Oh, EJ, you're in Southern California? Interesting. Cause yeah, I was gonna go visit Programmer D sometime. Maybe I'll invite you along. We'll go run 3 miles together. Actually, you guys probably smoke me. Our AC failed, 77 currently, 85 inside. Oh my goodness, I couldn't handle it. Although I feel like it's gonna get to be 85 in here. What is... Yeah, there's a lot of heat over there still. Also, I don't know how big San Diego is. An hour away from LA. Does that mean you're as far north in San Diego as you can go? Wait, Weedley's here. Oh, hey, Weedley. How's your math stuff going? Someone told a joke earlier that you love. Like the Java and C# joke. And I mentioned you. Okay, net.server, net.socket. I wonder, they probably just specify, where do they do this? Context.socket equals socket, REPL.start. Yeah, they specify input and output of sockets here. I want to specify my own streams. I'm just not totally sure how to do it. Wait, I thought... Oh, he asked if you're in Southern California, not if you're in San Diego. Never mind. Yeah, never mind. That's what threw me off. I'm doing pretty well. I think there have been a lot of little things that have been going wrong, although my attitude's been good about it, mostly. And that's really all that matters, because stuff is going to go wrong. And the only bad thing is when it eats you up inside. So right now, what I'm going to try to figure out how to do, and I don't really know if this is totally worth it. I think it is. Yeah, readable stream and writable stream. I've got to figure this out. So let's do cluster, Node.js cluster stream. Is there any way I can do this? Yeah, no, there's nothing that it provides by default, but I can just make my own stream, I guess. Let's look it up. Abstract interface, implemented by various objects. All streams are event emitters. Yeah, so maybe I can just make a writable stream that I write to from specific cases here. Wise words, you should write that down and quote it. Yeah, how have you been, Merlin? So let's see here. I could just make a socket for this, I guess. I mean, that would be probably the easiest way to do this. And Spritman's here somewhere. Yeah, I think sockets would be the easiest. They have this code here. REPL.start input socket. So I want the master to have that input output process.stdin, and the output would go into a socket. Wheatley. Pretty good. Sort of enjoying the pre-summer warmth. Spent so much time outside, out of the oven and the heat in the house, wondering if it was going to melt. Jeez. Yeah, broken AC. Rough. So the part I wonder about starting a socket here is... Oh, wait a second. I can do this. And listen on a temporary... Wait a second, though. But then I need... net.createServer. Let me take a look at this. Connection listener. What did they do here? Node REPL sock? Would this even work on Windows? I don't know. I don't know if it's worth even trying. Actually, why didn't I think of looking into this at first? Cluster REPL. REPL utils? What am I trying to do? I'm trying to run a REPL from my cluster master to my workers. So it's basically this. When I'm running in a cluster, I want the cluster master to send REPL information to the game server instance. So e.g. I type... Actually, that's not even true. I don't necessarily want it to do that. I want it to potentially process its own commands. I don't know. I don't know how I want to do this. Yeah, maybe I'll just do it the way I was planning on. So, however, some commands should be run by the cluster master. For example, I type list in a cluster master, and it should list out something like this. Game server number 1, port 3003, status ready for game. Game server number 2, port 3004, status running game. And then e.g. I type 1 stats or something like that, or 1 this dot arena into the cluster master, and it will route this dot arena to the first game server. Just do an API? Okay. Town put up a new 26,000 sign. A drunk hit a pole. 26K sign. Whoa, Merlin. It's pretty extreme. Okay. Well, on the cluster master then, I'll read this in sort of like what I'm doing here. So let's get that back over there, REPL. So we'll put this into the master. There. Then after we've set up logging, we'll just do something like maybe here we'll set up the REPL. Yeah, I think that's good. Get in the habit of making all this stuff APIs. Well, if I was going to do that, then I'd specify this a totally different way, I think. Like, I pretty much believe in the whole you ain't gonna need it thing. You ain't gonna need it. Which is, don't write something until you're actually going to use it. So in this case, I could write an abstraction for this, but I don't know if that's really necessary. It's a lot easier to make a really thin client layer on the overseer, and it can query all of your game servers, so you can manage it all from one place. Yeah. I think that's helpful. I think routing this stuff between them will be multiple transports though. So we do REPL.start. And then we should probably save that off actually. Context.main equals this. And then context.REPL itself equals REPL object. Oh, Merlin, it's okay. So I set this up, and then anytime we get input from this, I have a chance to parse it here. Yeah, this is why, I don't know how I want to do this. Also, does this have anything on cluster here? Maybe I just don't want to use this. Maybe I just want to use standard in and just handle this myself. It is nice to have this though. I just need, there must be an event here or something. Exit and reset, that's not helpful. Oh, define command, interesting. Makes a command available in the REPL. Keyword command, it can be a function. What if it's an object? Oh, neat. Well, those are dot functions. That's not what I need. I need some way of handling, man, function that will be used to eval each given line. Defaults to async wrapper for eval. See below for a customer example. Yeah, this is what I probably need. On tab completion, eval will be called with .scope as an input string. Okay, yeah, that's not super tedious or anything. So options, there's a prompt and there's an eval. Okay, yeah, let's do that. So prompt and eval. Oh, see you, Remy. Have a nice night. Can pipe the into a function which determines if the command is for master and worker and pipe it to the corresponding std. I was gonna do something like this. I was gonna make my own eval command and give this a chance to access it first. So let's just print out the command. And then call back, sure. Yeah, alright, let's try this out. So where's the cluster running? Cluster run. Okay, so I just say something like hi. What do I get? H is not defined. Doesn't make any sense. Default. Why is it even using that? What? REPL.start. I'm specifying my own eval. Defaults to async wrapper for eval, which is what it looks like it's doing, the default. But it shouldn't be, because I specified my own here. Weird. Oh, result doesn't exist though. No. True? I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm doing here. There we go. Command, and then it prints out true as a result. Okay. So if we say, so if cmd equals list, we can do something like logger.info. Oh, we can't do logger.info. We have to do log info. This log info. Game servers would be listed here. So I do that, and basically anything that's unhandled, we pass it off to a particular worker. But even that we pass off based on. Alright, let's just do else if cmd equals. We don't have the default REPL, do we? Actually, we do. Else if command equals, I don't know, whatever, run. Then this log info would tell server here. Else, can we do REPL.default eval .apply REPL arguments? No, you don't get arguments that way. That won't work. Could just make this a proper function. Then I can't use this that way. I have to bind to it. We could just do this. Default REPL, cmd context file name, callback. So let's do let handled via default equals false. Handled via default here equals true. And then if not handled via default. Okay, so let's try that out. What's going to happen now? So if I do something like console.log hello, this should just print out hello. What happened here? Console.log hello. Cell h low l. What? Command not recognized. Running through default eval. That's probably the issue, is that I'm not. Oh, REPL server.default eval. Maybe the object has that. 3,000 views RDM news. Hey again, Tempura. So if I just say something like test, it just says E is not defined. That's strange. That is pretty strange. But it also didn't say command not recognized or anything. It just says E is not defined. It's coming from default eval, which means there's probably a bug in here somewhere. Let's just get rid of this. This should be. I didn't even print command actually. What is going on? test. There, command test. Okay, if I do list, L is not, oh man, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. It is not defined? I don't even know. Maybe this wasn't worth the hassle. Maybe I should just have handled this the way I thought I'd handle it originally. Or make new sockets for all of this stuff and then have servers running over there. Okay, how about I do this? What if I just printed out command and that was it? Like, there's no way this could fail, right? I type hi, it says command hi. I type list, it says command li. I wonder why that happens. Oh, because, oh, right, because that's not how REPL works. Okay, because it's got to actually take it in as some valid code. So if I said something like hello world like this, no, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Well, let me try something else. What if in finished initializing we did something, I don't know. I think I want something like what I had. How about you try a giveaway? Also, it looks very green in here on the camera, but it's not green. Okay, so REPL seems like it's more hassle than it's worth. I could just use the standard in handler that I already coded. There are some problems with that too, though, I feel. What happened? Are these two things not equal? Weird. That's very strange. How is this happening? Nope. King Ransom Gaming is definitely in chat. I don't know. I don't know what's happening anymore. Alright, so the handlers, there needs to be something registered that's actually going to handle this command. Also, this is calling Winston directly. How did I not update this? How does this code even work? It shouldn't... Oh, this is super weird. Cluster master needs Winston. That's true, fine. Standard in handler is like the last thing that has this. And even this has Winston in it. It shouldn't. Blech. Yeah, I don't think that needs to be there, and I don't think it even needs to be here in the root one. I don't think those are needed. It's like the universe wants me to keep my points. Yeah, that's true. What am I doing? What am I doing? We gotta get rid of Winston here and use botland logger. These are all just error and info calls, right? Yeah. Okay, so const logger equals require botland logger. Remove every instance of Winston with logger. Done. Garbage collect. I never do this. Memwatch is only needed for that particular thing. I wonder what you guys were talking about. Oh, I can show you. It's just my face. And then this one is another face that's technically mine, but I drew it. When I get a sub button, I should have those as custom emotes. I don't know if I'm ever getting a sub button. And I also don't know if I'd want my emotes to be those. Rare parrot. Alright, so I'm really just being lazy right now. I need to pay attention and just focus. So if I make this has to refer to something else. But only for the sake of running a val. I think there could just be a command handler, right? I emit an event when this thing happens. I do these things. I handle it in a try catch, handle SCDN. This would simply parse and get a command, the original text string, and then arguments for the command. And then I can choose how I want to handle that myself. Or I could inherit from this class wherever I want to use it. Either one of those would work fine, I think. Inheritance versus callbacks. Should I have a standard in handler for both the worker and the master? Or should I just have it take in a callback? I think just having the inheritance makes more sense. That way I know where to find these things. Why am I even spending so much time on this? Maybe I should just ignore this for now. I don't think it's super important. We're an event emitter. Don't make too many callbacks. I end up with Win32. Okay. I'm still not sure what I want to do here. I don't really think it matters either way. So let's just pick one and go with it. I'm going to just go with the inheritance way. But then I feel as though this should be just an event emitter. It'd be a very simple class if I did that. And it wouldn't have this here. But that's because it would be a callback. Okay, let me write what the new class would look like. Let's see what that would be. So we just make this, set up this stuff there, done. And in here, handle, great, perfect. We need a logger, I guess. Or we have it emit errors itself. Probably just that. Have it emit errors. Okay, so let's look up where I have events in here. I never use them, not in here at least. Let's look at modules, events. Is this gonna work? Aha, here. Event emitter. And then I just extend that. And then I call into the super class, and then is this dot emit? Yeah, okay. So I guess I'll have an error method and so yeah, const event emitter equals require events. I don't need this. I say that this extends that other class, super, and this would just be this dot emit error, and we'd parse everything here, and then say this dot emit eval, not eval, data maybe? Data sounds reasonable. Data, and then we pass in all of this stuff. So like command, the full string originally, text, the original text, the args in the arg string. Yeah, something like that. And I delete all of this, and I delete this. So this is what this class would end up being. And we pass in a handler for all of that. Hey Capillara, how are you doing? Man, I'm like roasting in here. It's too bad. Too bad that AC exhaust had to fall out of the AC. I ended up heating my room instead of cooling it. Apple's still broken, so typing with two hands still hurts when it's taking a while. Oh man, I forgot. I was so like absorbed in whatever I was thinking about. Are you feeling better at least? Yeah, I haven't coded anything in like half an hour. I don't know why I'm so stuck on this for some reason. Like, I don't want to extract this out into its own module because I don't think it provides enough. I think the API to use this, let me see how I would use this. Like, so I would say something like handler equals new handler. Then I'd say, if I'm gonna be using this, I guess this should call setup SCDN. Good, and then handle, yeah, that stuff wouldn't be necessary. And I just listen. I do on data, this dot handle, then I have, I guess this is all part of some class, foo, constructor, handle SCDN. So that would take all of these arguments, command text args, and then here's where I would have the if-else stuff that I had here. So I could evaluate it, I could do whatever I want. But then, when something comes in through the REPL, I guess I wouldn't use this. I would still just have it be standard in. Okay, so fine. But then I also want something like process.on, or a message handler for REPL. Message handlers. This. I'd still want this thing here. But then it would be a JSON object. Yeah, it looked different at that point. Alright, I don't think I worry about this for right now. Oh, see you, Capillara. And yeah, tomorrow might be a weird day as far as streaming goes. I'm still not. Oh, I meant to link this again. Yeah, anyone who wants to vote on that. I have a meeting in the middle of the day. I think I'm just gonna ignore this. I think I'm gonna use the REPL as I had it to begin with. And then from the cluster, I just handle things differently, I guess. I don't know. Got rid of Winston. I don't need that. Set up REPL. Yeah, none of this is needed. Oh no, it's the speech that I'm giving. Yeah, REPL stuff. Let's get rid of this line, I guess. So this part, this is all fine. I just need to have this listen to any input from the cluster. But I guess in those cases, maybe I don't want to debug this directly. Maybe I do just want to handle this myself. Oh, I don't know how I want to do this. Thanks, EJ. Here's the link without results. Oh, whoops. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I'll just turn this off. It'll just be impossible to do this. But that's okay. Right? Maybe I just disable this entirely. I don't know. Don't like any of this. I don't know why this sits so poorly with me. Like, I should be able to design a way that I like better. And it mostly boils down to this here. I guess I do just change around the SCD and handler. Oh, I don't like it. I just don't like it. Okay, so we have this. Yeah, this would need to happen differently. So there's just one interface for this thing. Then that code would be duplicated somewhere else anyway. Kill the CLI, make an API. Can you please pronounce Jason? I mean, you'll hear people here say Jason or JSON. I've heard both of those. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say JSON. So yeah, I think it's either Jason or JSON. I'd rather just say it like the name. Okay, yeah, so let's get rid of this, I guess. And then the whole concept of the REPL command. So there won't be arbitrary evals. That's the part that I don't like. What does all of this code do anyway? Space text.trim, text to lowercase. You say Yeeson? Okay, I'm just gonna ignore this problem. I don't think it's the time to work on it. So I think what I'll do is I'll just go back to REPLsville. We'll do that in here. Then this should be done. Ugh. I don't know. I guess we get rid of this. We put this back to how it used to be. Up in main, we do setup REPL. We don't even have that. We get rid of this thing entirely, I guess. And just do this here. Save this off. Only install we're the master process, meaning we're not running in a cluster. Yeah, just get rid of that. Get rid of this. Probably save that off if I ever want it, and I won't. Cluster master doesn't change at all, I guess. Okay, so that looks good. We completely remove this. We probably rename the function. Setup REPL. The standard in handler will just cease to exist, I guess. What else was even in here? I think I'm gonna get rid of this. Help. There was a val and there was garbage collect. There's no point. No point in doing this stuff. memwatch.gc. See, we can't evaluate arbitrary code, I guess. Maybe I could. See you, Weedley. And bye, ProSam. How's the new PC? I'm really liking it. It's good. It's a lot faster than my old one. Hasn't really been causing any troubles. There's one thing that's kind of weird. Almost every time I go to shut down, there's this error that comes up that I just press OK and then my computer shuts down. I don't know why that happens. I also haven't ever really looked at the error. Hey, Digite. So the REPL's being set up. Alright, so let's get rid of this entirely. I don't think there's a point in having this. Standard in handler. Is this used from anywhere any longer? Nope. Time for it to go the way of the dodo. Goodbye, standard in handler. It was nice knowing you. Whoops. Okay, take two. It was nice knowing you. There. So this is now gone. What about the rest of this? That's not technically part of this commit. This I'm just gonna get rid of. When the cluster is running, it'll... No, you know what? It's good to have it there. Maybe I can do something crazy when it's running and get this to work. So we'll just go to setup REPL and we'll do pretty much the same stuff I had in the other program. REPL.start. We'll just put this code in there. There, that's it. So that's pretty good. Delete the rest of that. There. So this code should be pretty simple. Good, perfect. This code should be pretty simple. Yep. Good. That last part wasn't even needed though. I gotta get rid of this. There, and then this I need to check in a separate commit. Okay, so let's go implement that. See you, Moose. Or wait, maybe you're not leaving. Maybe you're saying bye to everybody else. Unreachable code. Oh yeah, I purposely did that. Okay, so got rid of standard in handler and replaced it with nodes built-in REPL. This runs when we're either... This runs in the game server when we're running as the cluster master or when we're completely outside of a cluster, i.e. a standalone game server. Yeah, so let's try this out. I rerun this. I gotta figure that out because it's kind of annoying. I can't just close this easily. I have to close that and then terminate. Yeah. Should probably change that. Yeah, I'll have to figure that part out. But the rest of this, if I just say this, what do we have here? So what I'm worried about is this is not important. It's main that's important now. And then from main, I can do things like main.gameserver. Wait a second. That's not right. It's cluster m. Also, having tab complete is pretty nice. Yeah, this actually is really useful. And then I can do this. So now I have one of these. And then how can I send to it? So I can get cluster worker dot send. Now this would have to be a message that's recognized. If I just do something like this, type hello world, it should give me an error. No message handler found for JSON stringify message object. That actually failed. Log error is not a function. Whoops. Yeah, that's a problem. That needs to be... Wait, well, where is this coming from? Game server main. This dot log error. Where is this? Right here, yeah, this. This is what the problem is. This should just have been logger.error. In fact, I better make sure none of those got into the rest of my code. Yeah, we're good. Alright. So that was actually a bug. Let's try rerunning that. Does that keep track of what I had typed? Nope. It doesn't, but that's fine. I can just copy paste it. No message handler found. That's perfect. Yeah, so I can send messages back and forth now. That's pretty good. Alright, so I just gotta fix this control C issue. If I were to start up just the game server normally, I'd have the same thing going on, right? Main.gameserver.arena, for example. .ticktime if I want. Yeah, there we go. I think this prints to standard out, which means it won't make it into the logger. Yeah. So I can change the tick time. I will. Okay, that's not bad. And again, I just got to fix the control C issue. So let's take a look. Emitted when the user exits in any of the defined ways, namely typing exit at the REPL, pressing control C twice, pressing control D. Yeah, so this is what I want to do here. And I guess we call this REPL server instead of REPL object. Log info. Got an exit event from the REPL server. Exiting process. Alright, there we go. So let's copy paste this over into here. REPL.start. Put that there. Good. Change this to logger.info. Perfect. Alright, now we try running it. So now when I press Control D, it should close the entire process. Perfect. Now that printing out in kind of the middle of nowhere, that's pretty weird. In fact, I wonder if we should change the prompt after it's already started. Yeah, let's see if I can do that too. But otherwise, yeah, that's good. That's really good. So I'm happy enough with this. I don't think it's great. If I type something that's bad, yeah, it'll just say hi is not defined. But I could change things like x equals 5, x plus 2. And actually, this probably lets me use Lodash really easily too, right? Because I can just use underscore. No, that's a REPL thing still. LD equals require Lodash. Yeah, nice. Okay, then the only thing left to do is that thing that I said that I just forgot. What was it? I got Control C working. And then I wanted to do something else. Oh yeah, the caret that prints out. Yeah, nice. So when I start, I guess I start it with no prompt. Let's try that. Where is this coming from, by the way? Yeah, so I just do run. Now there will be no prompt. Now can I change the prompt afterward? Let's actually find out. If I just take REPL, REPL.prompt is a function? What? Preserve cursor. Pause, resume, terminal. Fresh line, right down. Underscore prompt. Aha! Found ya. Got it. Now what? Does this work? Test? No, it doesn't work. Huh. I'll have to figure out how I can set this afterward. Let's do for var k and REPL console.log k. Do we have a way to set the prompt in here? Just copy paste all this out of here. Initial prompt. Oh, set prompt. There it is. REPL.set. REPL.set prompt. Hello. Cool. I did it. Yeah. All right, great. Hey, Tupperbox. Hey, Respirato. Welcome back. All right, so yeah, we'll start the prompt out as nothing, and then after it's running, we'll do REPL server.set prompt. Don't set this initially so that we don't get a seemingly random prompt amongst startup logging. So let's try that out. Does that work? Yes. So now the first thing I type will not have a prompt. Oh, it gets a prompt as I type it. That's actually pretty interesting. Neat. What are you doing with the REPL? Wait, how am I supposed to say that? I've never actually... How am I supposed to say your name? All right, let's look this up.
Resfriado.
All right, that sounds roughly. There's like a rolled R. I don't know if I can manage that every time. It's Spanish. All right, I don't know how I'm supposed to say the name. Is it really just the rolled R? Is that the difference, or is there something else there? And I don't want to embarrass myself by trying to roll my R's every time. When I was learning Arabic, I practiced like all the time, and that's how I'm somewhat able to do it now, but that's it. Like, it's as good as I can do. I'll never sound Spanish. Okay. Setup REPL, got it. And got it. And I fixed a bug while I was at it. That's actually pretty nice too. Fixed a small bug where I was calling log error instead of logger.error from the game server. Didn't answer my question. What are you doing with the REPL? Oh yeah, sorry. I'm getting sidetracked. So I already had this in a different form. What I would use it for is changing things on the fly. Typically something like this. I would do main.gameserver.arena.wipeout all entities. So I could test out deleting all the entities, then like setting, I don't know, tick time to 1 to go into hyperspeed, those sorts of things. But also, if let's say there was an entity that existed that I didn't expect to be there, I could do something like this and then take a look through all of the entities and figure out what's the specific state of that thing. So that's the kind of use case where there's no way I'm going to plan an API that has like, give me every single entity and all of their objects and stringify everything. And then even if I had that, then what happens when I want some other data structure? Am I going to put APIs for all of that? So I think having a REPL is a good idea. A REPL is not equal to a command line interface? Yeah. But insofar as what I was using it for, it was the same, which is just arbitrarily evaluate contents from the command line interface. Okay, so now let's check this in, which is getting rid of Winston from this stuff, which is hopefully something I can just do. Removing Winston from various package.json files as it's only indirectly being used now via botland logger. Yeah, it lets me look into the running game. Yep, that is correct. All right, so that That nightmare is over. So there's no easy way. This is still something I should do in the future, if I even need it. So the game server cluster master has a REPL, but it doesn't pass arbitrary commands to the children to be evaluated. Yeah, maybe all I should do is like an evaluate on child and then send this in and just have it evaluate it. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna do that right now. Let's do that. That would make things at least a little bit easier. No, I'm not. No, I don't want that. I keep bouncing back and forth on this. It may be a good idea to have a command on the cluster master that lets me send text to be evaled on a particular game server instance. Okay. Are you typing while standing? Yeah, I am. Also, hey, the flocks. So, EJ, did you ever learn how to roll your R's? Because that was something that had bugged me, and I didn't want to just lose to that challenge. So I tried. It's not consistent enough, and it still doesn't sound Spanish when I do it. Okay, so that's fine for right now. Let's get rid of this stuff. This and this and this. No, you never did? Okay. Alright, nice. I turn game servers into a shell that will wait for all players to join before starting up. In order for that to even work, yeah, when you reserve a game server, you need to know who's going to play on it. But maybe not even necessarily. Maybe there's just a state that's reserved. Like an R rolling emulator. Yeah, I really want to figure that AC out. Is there any way for me to... No, this room isn't big enough. Oh well. So I think this idea of a game server running as a shell. Game server running as a shell. So right now, a game server has the following states. Game instance state. It has initializing, ready for game, has these states. When a game server is reserved, it goes immediately into the running game state. But it doesn't actually have a game running on it yet. It also doesn't have players on it yet. It doesn't even have players on it yet. Wow, that's expensive, but it's either having a heavy wallet and being 85 degrees all the time, or having a light wallet and being a cool 70. server is reserved, it goes immediately into the running game state, but it doesn't actually have a game running on it. It doesn't have players on it yet either. So what needs to happen is that something needs to tell the game server which players to expect. And then the game server needs to wait for all of them to connect. If any of them fail to connect, then what do? We could just act as though that player is playing anyway. You know, it's not such a bad idea. Maybe they just, it doesn't matter whether you connect or not. We just act as though you're in the game and deploy bots for you. We may be able to just move on and later have them reconnect. Yeah, I think once you're in a game, you're in a game for the next 15 minutes. Like, if you quit the matchmaking queue, then fine. But if you were already placed into a game and you just didn't connect, you shouldn't hold everybody else up. Granted, your team could end up losing, well, it probably will end up losing the game. If we design the game correctly, then you should lose. Because you can't react to anything if you're not in the game. Now, because of that, if other people get mad, if you hit join and then you just quit, and that's no different from joining though and then just playing the game poorly. Yeah, I don't think we can do anything about that. This isn't any different from a player perspective than a user connecting and then just sucking at the game. Yeah. Hey again, coolest. Okay, so how is this going to work? I guess a matchmaker can ask the overseer for a game server instance. The matchmaker can tell the instance directly who to expect on it. After the game server responds with 200, the matchmaker can tell the clients to go connect. Now this might all take place over the course of about 10 seconds. So what we'd probably do is right now there's a minute before a game starts. We'd probably just up that to like a minute and 10 seconds or something. Or just say it's a minute, and if you happen to get in at the 50-second mark, then you just have 10 seconds less than everybody else has. I don't know, we'll figure that out later. But after the game server responds with 200, the matchmaker can tell the clients to go connect. The clients connect, and the game server authenticates them against what the matchmaker told it in combination with the account server. And yeah, all of that happens. Actually, at this point, the game server could go out and fetch all of the account information already so that it's available when the players connect. And then it's just a matter of associating players to their account information. It's not too bad, not too bad. Okay, so what if something fails here? Suppose the matchmaker fails after reserving an instance, but before telling the instance that who is running on it. In that case, the game server is going to think that there's a game running on it, but no one will have connected, ever. So this is the case where the game server will think that it's running a game, but no one will have connected. Now, in the case where this happens, let's say it's been 3 minutes and still nobody's connected. That's one of two things. Either some catastrophic failure somewhere, like the matchmaker went down, or two, a whole bunch of players colluding to never join a game with hacked clients, which could happen. But what do we do in that case? I guess just count it as a disconnect or something. It wouldn't help players anyway. Yeah. There we go. Orange, my favorite. What? What coolest? Okay. So is there anything else that's wrong with this flow? Because if there isn't, then I think that's okay. I need to figure out what else is going to happen here exactly. The game server's told here are the accounts to expect. And I guess the way that this works. Oh. What? The lights aren't orange though. I could make them more orange. Wait, apparently no I can't. Huh. Oh. Oh no. The lights turned off. I have the world's worst power strip here. Normally you plug a power thing in and then you can't pull it apart very easily, but this one you just turn it upside down and it just slides out. And that's what's happening with the yeah, so let me give you another token because that didn't work coolest. Try that again. In fact, did anyone else try using this in the meantime? I see your connections here, but then yeah, timed out. Who was using this? King Ransom Gaming was actually trying to use it, but I guess it didn't work because... Okay, I'll give King Ransom Gaming another one then. So I'll give you both them. Did any of these other ones fail? Jeez, I see a lot from King Ransom Gaming. And then who are these? Tenbroya? Looks like they failed from Tenbroya too. Yeah, okay. So I'll give you guys the tokens again. Actually, before I do that, let me test it out myself. Make sure it's working. Yeah, okay, it's working. Tried it yesterday, but it didn't work. Yeah, I'll give you another one too. It sent you to 30,000? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about, coolest. But I'll give you all these tokens. So there's that one. You're all getting them at the same time. So if you were to all try to use them at the same time, you will be stomping all over each other. Okay, there. So I have... Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, so how does this work currently? That's the thing I'm going to have to look into. So game server connection manager. Right now, we get connect user, add pre-beta, does user have pre-beta, get pre-beta password, receive client auth. So we just get a token, and that's it. That's okay for now. I guess the cluster is going to have to interfere here. Yeah, this is going to be the master telling the... So, okay. The matchmaker really has to tell the cluster master accounts 1, 5, whatever, 100, 273, and port 3003. Indicating that the cluster master has to tell the particular game server, and then the game server needs to respond. So this is the unfortunate part of having a middleman here, but I don't think a REST server running on each of these makes any sense. And yeah, no problem. Lazy. You have the next 2 hours pretty much. So it says this. Then we just have auth tokens right now. However, that's not the only thing that's needed here. We have the Overseer REST client, and that is coming from a game server. And we also have, no, not that, account server REST client right here. And we have fetch super token, and then we should be able to get an account for anybody. Right? Do we have that? Get user. Yeah. It's pretty much this. It's not entirely that. And get bot base for user. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Get user is by username. We're going to need to change that to a user ID. Okay. So I'm forming some of these items up here then. So let's take a look. So matchmaker needs to contact the cluster master, game server cluster master. So write this. Matchmaker should ask Overseer for a game server instance. Matchmaker should ask Overseer for a game server instance. Then what do we have here? Doesn't actually have a game running on it yet. Doesn't even have players on it yet. Doesn't need to tell them what to expect. Game server waits for all of them to connect. Any fail to connect. Okay. So then matchmaker contacts the game server cluster master of the game server instance. This needs to include IP address, REST port, TCP port, anything else? I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. Matchmaker needs to contact the cluster master of the game server instance to so that the can pass with account IDs 3, 4, 5, 6, then port 3004 or whatever, right? And that's all it's needed. And the master will tell the particular worker to expect those account IDs. The worker responds to the master, and the master responds to the matchmaker. Okay. If the matchmaker doesn't get a response from this, I guess it just drops that match. And no problem, noob. Just drop the match. I think you emailed me back, but I didn't have a chance to look at it. Alright, so if the players don't actually join, then there's nothing really that wrong since they'll automatically have bots deployed anyway. Alright, so matchmaker can ask for the overseer for a game instance, can then tell the instance directly who to expect, and I would say this. The game server could take it upon itself at this point to download account information for each of the users. It very likely should do this without having to wait for the users, since they're not required to connect anyway. Alright, after it responds, okay, so after the matchmaker gets a response from the cluster master, it will tell the clients via pusher the IP and port of the game server. Client connects. When the clients connect to the game server, Are you gonna ban people who leave games? No. No, because it's. I think this is where things get a little bit tough. If you leave a game, in most other games that you ever play, when you leave a game, your character just stops. It just stops moving. If you're playing StarCraft or something, you could have it so that your units still travel to their destination, but then they wouldn't get any other commands. In this game, since there's automation, if you leave the game, you could go on to win the game still. You don't even necessarily need to be present. So I don't think it's necessary to ban people for leaving games. I think if we discover that you're losing like 100% of your games, then yeah, maybe we take some action at that point, because then you're probably intentionally trying to lose. Or look into it, I don't know. But yeah, I don't think we need to ban people for leaving. Now, with that said, this is what's also tough about this game. In most other games, you can tell when someone's trying to be a huge jerk. There's really no way in Botland to tell the difference between a really bad player and a jerk. Because, and here's what we always had to worry about. I mean, you could have like the best script here, right? Now, what if this script was really, what if it looked like this? Obviously, this is not Botland code. Well, like, I guess literally is, but it's not code you use in the game. Now, as a new player, you might be like, oh, I don't understand any of this, and oh, what's this doing, and what are these parameters here for? Whatever, I'll just copy paste it in. And you copy paste it in, and here's what you don't realize. And again, imagine this is real code. That right here, there's just like a throw new exception or something like that. So now your code does nothing. Your bot doesn't ever move. It doesn't attack. You didn't even write the code. So there's no telling whether someone did this because they were bad at the game, they were trying to be malicious, they copy pasted someone else's code, and there's no real reason to do anything on that anyway. You're incentivized to win, and if you lose a bunch of games, you'll just get paired with people who are also losing a bunch of games. Bans for people who block teammates in the corners? Yeah, that's the kind of thing that I'm saying I don't know if you can do something about. Because there actually is a legitimate strategy of trying to get into a corner and then, get rid of that port there. We'll do 1v1s in case we hate people and have no faith in humanity. Maybe eventually, but probably not for a while. So this script, for example, this RD artillery script, at the end of it, if it can't find anyone, if you just look at this block, if it can move left, move left. If it can move down, move down. Eventually, that means no matter where you are in the arena, you'll eventually have moved all the way left and down if you didn't find another enemy. And if there happened to be an ally there that you walled in, I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Let me find this picture, and this will shed some light on how deep this obsession goes with Programmer D. Let me see. No, I don't know if I have it. Yeah, I don't think I have it. That's too bad. Yeah, oh well. Someone had a follow teammate script that intentionally blocked people a few months ago. Well, yeah, but that's without ranking existing and everything else. Which picture? We were playing on some like friendly server. I think it was just 2 or 3 people. And you were holding a diamond sword out in front of me every single time you passed by me. What is this? What am I looking at? Oh, I'm guessing this is a picture of your... What is this? Windows XP VM? Oh, Windows 98? Is that what that is? If you're running a script with PM2, is it possible to connect a REPL to a running process? Probably, yeah. Because you can just have it run through streams. So, yeah, sure. Okay, what was I going to write out of this? So when the clients connect to the game server, make sure they're allowed to join that particular game. There should be an environment variable somewhere that gates on this access. when a game is over, make sure that the people allowed on the server are reset and sockets are closed for the people who are currently online. Are you Russian? Why the what face on that? Oh man. Teaching me Russian insults. Okay, what else do I have here? Suppose the matchmaker fails. This is the case where the game server will think it's running a game. Yeah, this was that bit about this thing. So we put this up here. So if the overseer or matchmaker fails right after reserving an instance, then the cluster would assume that the game server is still in use, but the game would never finish. I think this is an argument for the intermediate state. No. Make it so that if no one joins a running game server after... Yeah, but we need to tell the... Oh, something would need to happen here. If the game server is reserved but never hears about who it is reserved for, then the game server should just terminate. If the game server is reserved but no one, or I guess, and is told about who it is reserved for, but no one ever joins, then the game server may want to contact the overseer and correct the bad state. Okay. And note, never means 3 minutes. Alright, is there anything else here? Has to tell the cluster master accounts port indicating that the cluster master has to tell a particular game server. Yep, blah, blah, blah. Okay, great. So we have accounts and port here. There was one other thing that I needed. So this was what? IP address, REST port, TCP port. Go back to Vim. No, never doesn't equal 3 minutes. It's approximately 3 minutes. Okay, so the matchmaker should ask an overseer for a game server instance. I think the very first thing that should happen is matchmaker should wait until the overseer has at least one ready game server instance before performing any matchmaking. Oh, all right. So how do we do this? Maybe I start at the join queue section of this. So you're in the client, which we need to deploy for all of this. I mean, never code. All right, so let's continue along this thought process here. I gotta just make sure this is designed correctly. So I think tackling the client join game process is a good idea next. When you press join game, you're actually just telling the account server to tell the matchmaker that you want to queue. You'll get a response back. So let's take a look. If I go into code JavaScript, I have something on matchmaking in here. Yeah, this. So let's run this and just see what happens. I don't think this is, yeah, this is working. Okay, good. Right, so we know how many players are in the queue. So I guess you'll get a response. Yeah, you should get a response with your position in the queue. Hey, Archboy, what's chat about? I don't know, random stuff at this point. But on the plus side, giveaways are working, and everybody can get access to Botland if you want. So if you want to play the game, just whisper Botland bot the word game, and you'll be able to connect and play. And I will put my bots into the arena there. All right. Tackling client join game process is a good idea. So part of this process is that part of it is the client should really be deployed somewhere. Make sure in doing this that I don't have, well, how do I say this? I'd really like to be able to run both the client and the server on the same box, but that means not having, no, the client should only run one place. Maybe the, none of this makes sense. I'd really like to be able to run the client on the same machine as something else, or even on Azure, which is going to be impossible. Oh man, it's got to be an AWS, yeah, e.g. an account server. But that means I've got to cut out the PM2 stop all. Where else does it make sense to run this thing? Yeah, I think just on that machine is fine for right now. Yeah, there's nothing sensitive there, and I'll eventually, I don't know. It's all behind a load balancer too. Or maybe I work on converting the client to a static client and then host it on S3. It's not so bad. I think the easiest solution is just run it on account servers for now. Yeah. Eventually, I'll probably want to host this out of S3 or CloudFront. Hosting it on the account server is the easiest solution. Now, how much memory would a woodchuck chuck if we look at process PID 4812? I think the answer is 30 megabytes. It's actually really low. It's not bad at all. It only takes about 30 megabytes. So if you manage to get streams to do what you want, no, I gave up. When you press join game, you're actually telling the account server to tell the matchmaker that you want to join that you want to queue. You should get a response with your position in the queue. Then what if you refresh? I guess as soon as you connect to the server, you should be told if you're currently in the queue. As soon as you connect to the account server, it should tell you if you're currently in a queue for a game. It should also tell you your position in the queue. That means every time you fetch your account, you also want to ask the matchmaker to tell you that you're in a queue. Ideally, we would just have a flag for fetch my account and also treat this as a login. Okay. So what else do I have here? So you press join game, you're going to be added to the queue. Then we kick off basically all of this stuff. And something needs to keep track of where you are. Where is this? Tracks. Number of games, approximate number of people online. Yeah, what about matchmaking? Is this where keeps tracks all ongoing game servers and who's in each one? Yeah, that. Okay. After the matchmaker's response, it'll tell clients via pusher. Matchmaker is in charge of keeping track of who is in which games. Let's see the light. Oh, that was Archboy. Yeah. Whoops. So CloudFront hosting there. Okay, fine. Yeah, join game though for this to work means the matchmaker needs to be online. So I guess I do pursue this from the yeah. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. So let's do that. Matchmaker flow. We need to do this somewhat after. I'll just write make a fake client flow until that's been coded for real. There should be the matchmaker exposes an API that the account server is supposed to hit that says player ID 405 wants to join the queue. Also, the matchmaker needs so okay, the account server exposes this API and then passes the skill level to the matchmaker along with any other pertinent information. So then at some point, hook up the client instead of relying on the account server. And that's all of this stuff. So deploy the client onto account servers. Part of this is make sure that PM2 stop all doesn't, I don't know what to say here. It's only run once when setting up an account server and the client. That way we don't have just a single endpoint running on the machine. What else? Eventually they'll be in static hosting somewhere, but this is the quickest solution for now. Then, so that's done. As soon as you connect to the account server, have it tell you if you're currently in a queue for a game. Should also tell you that. Ideally, just have a flag. Yep. And then the join game button on the client should just connect to the API that joins a queue. It should also change the UI so that it shows how long you've been in the queue and what your starting position was. Perhaps this should update every once in a while with your current position in the queue. That might be a little bit harder to do. If I load up this matchmaking code, which how many matches did it? Number of games matched, 319. Neat. All right, if I have a player, values is an array of player. This is not right. We don't want that. We want, nope, guess we don't have any way of doing this. Each individual wait time in the queue. Alrighty, see ya. Resfriado. I have to roll a second R2, don't I? Alright, whatever, you're not getting that. It's too much for me to even roll the first one. Individual wait time. Array of number. How does that make any sense? How does that make any sense? Oh, this is just for statistics. Also, we have players by skill, and then an array of players. And then we have a heap that keeps track of everybody. And I think, if I remember correctly, there's some hack that happens here. This is computed incorrectly. See the next to-do item in this function. Okay, this code will need to be cleaned up. Although it's not terrible. But something that we don't have is a not O of n way to figure out what position you're in the queue. But ideally, the more people in the queue, the more people are getting matches, so there shouldn't be tons of people in the queue. Like, okay, what if I did this? So I believe I have 2 players joining every so often. Right, do I? How does this work? Players still in queue, 2. Okay, let's meta update. Num new players. So if we made 100 new players all the time, we'd probably get tons of matches. Yeah. So at any given time, you can see there were 200 people in the queue, 100, 70, 100, 200. This number should never get higher than like 200 or 300. Yeah, and it's matching people with exactly the same skill level too. That's pretty good. So let's see what all the statistics were. Mean wait time is 438 milliseconds. Max wait time was 1.2 seconds. Number of games matched 1,000. Longest queue length 212. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Okay. So that'll probably be hard to do though, to get everyone's absolute position in the queue. Wait, in fact, is that even possible? Queue is... I need to keep track by join times, which I kind of do. Generate player, what does this do? Insert player into heap by skill, and then wait time heap. This is just a heap of people. Deleting an arbitrary from the heap takes something like 3n log n because of the hack I do to delete. Yeah, if I just made a sorted array here, then you would be able to get your position super easily. You guys know what tomorrow is? Yes? No, anything that has to do with current position in the queue means that I should change the function, the matchmaking algorithm, to use a sorted array instead of a heap. Hey, Horforia. Alright, you get a position, great. As soon as you connect, great. Whew. Let's figure out the overall plan. I think that's done. Oh, hey, Horforia. one of the things that I did when if so you go to bot.land and then click YouTube, and then I bring this over to here for a second because I don't know what's going to show up. Okay, yeah, we got playlist. So in the not really botland playlist, I was looking at the celebrating botland thing, and it was just interesting because this is the one time I've gotten to hear everybody's voice on the stream. I guess it was for 8 hours. But yeah, and I fast forwarded to a part where Horforia was talking. I can link this playlist in if you guys ever want to watch anything from here. It's everything that's not Botland. So there's Boatland, Super Mario 64, building a computer, and playing Hearthstone. Yeah, great. Whose voice was the sexiest? I have to say that Adam13531 guy. Alright, what am I gonna do? Alright, so let me just run through this plan, and then if I can get like a solid hour of coding in, that'd be great. You want to hear Spiritman's voice? It's in there somewhere. If you listen to that video, and it'll be pretty obvious when you hear it. Yeah. If you're gonna watch the video, skip to like at least what, 40 minutes in? I think that's when the Minecraft starts. And then I think Spiritman logged in after a couple hours or something. I have a voice. That was your bot talking for you. Okay, so yeah, let me look this over. Make a fake client flow that's been coded until that's been coded for real. I'll just say for now. Exposes an API the account server is supposed to hit that says player ID 405 wants to join the queue. Account server exposes this API and then passes the skill level to the matchmaker along with any other pertinent information. You were drunk that night? Alright. I don't know, EJ. I don't know what I would do. Also, things have gotten really busy here. Yeah, I don't know what I'd do with that. But I do appreciate the offer. Alright, so the matchmaker gets this information and then it keeps track of... You know, really, what this is going to mean is that just putting the matchmaking algorithm into the code base is going to be enough. Move the matchmaking algorithm from the learning folder into the real code base. Try typing. Oh, Lazy, I think what you're talking about is this. You connected, and then instead of typing your real password, you typed something wrong, and then all of this went away. Just refresh the page. Was there a girl playing? No, I don't think so. I think that was Rug. Wait, unless Rug is a girl. I just assumed it was a young dude. I don't know. I probably should have. Let's find out. Oh, none of these. Huh. I don't know. I don't know. Wait, mean? I wasn't trying to be mean there. By the way, cluster module is a bad idea. Why? I don't think it's a bad idea. Is there anything else I need to consider here? So I'll have the algorithm there. Then I make this. This will add the player to the queue. Then eventually we do matchmaking once this is... Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think this is how this is going to work. Spiritman has a lot of confidence in me. It really shows. with messages like, "I'm surprised it didn't blow up sooner." That's great. You're doing a great job, Adam. I'm going to make a second point currency. Great job points. Okay, so let's move this algorithm over. So we're going to need to be in here. So let's load this up. Main and also player.js. And does this use anything interesting? Bluebird, heap, and Lodash. And even heap is probably not really needed. I'm debating on whether I should change that. The player itself is pretty simple. There's ID, skill, flex, and join time. And then every time we update it, we just increase flex after a while. Oh, EJ. This is like when someone ghost writes a book for a politician. I feel like I've got a knife hanging over my back now. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta have some water. Super hot in this room. Oh, EJ, I didn't get the joke. And no one else probably did either. Okay, so let's move this into the real code. So in Botland Infra, which is not even the code base that I'm in, is it? Nope. Okay, so let's load that up. Infra, because that's where the matchmaker takes place. So let's drag these things over here. Alright. So move it into the real place it should be. Let's take a look. It's been a long time since I've even run the matchmaker. So we had main.js, matchmaker state. What is this? Oh, this is the environment. I've been renaming these things. Super hot. And that's pretty much it. So I guess let's come up with the matchmaking algorithm in there. What does this do? This keeps track of a whole bunch of stuff. I feel like this belongs in the matchmaker itself. Let me take a look. So right now in main, what do we have? REST server.listen, matchmaker state.matchmaker state. Yeah. The matchmaker state could have it, I guess. Or matchmaker has it? Where would these things be stored? A bunch of statistics. Matchmaker. What would this even be called? Maybe a queue, matchmaker queue? We add player, we generate games from it, etc. But the queue would have to, yeah, okay. Now let's do that. Let's call it matchmaking queue. Yeah, see the coolest. Okay, so let's copy paste this and just call this mmq. I think that's fine, right? We'll probably need the logger in here. This doesn't need to exist. This should be changed. This represents a matchmaking queue. It keeps track of players waiting for a game and will generate games from these players. And I should say is in charge of generating games for these players. Alright, so we have a constructor here. We probably want to take that in. And then the rest of this can just go. Hey, streamer that never sits. I am sitting down right now. Look at this. But hi. Alright, so where did player go? There it is. So here, what I want to do is include this. And then construct it here. This dot mq equals new mq this dot state. Okay, and the constructor of this should do relatively little, which I imagine this is already doing relatively little, right? Yeah. Yeah. Cool. You lose, PB09. Now this originally used heap, and it used it for, I believe, one place, this. Right? Did I make a new heap anywhere else? No. This was the one time I did this, and I'm debating on whether I want to do this anyway. Because I wrote here, to do, I should test out whether this is better suited as a sorted array. Deleting an arbitrary player from this heap takes something like 3n log n. So, okay. I wrote all of the time complexities down before. But I think just having a sorted array might be best. You'd think matchmaking would be suited to heaps though. So heap time complexities. Big O cheat sheet. Where's a heap in here? Heap operations. Okay, and this is a binary heap, I believe. We could just take a look in npm search. Yeah, binary heap. Because I don't know. What is this? Increase key. So insert, delete. Insert and delete are log n. And find max is constant. So heap, insert, delete, find max. And with a sorted array, insert is O of n log n. Delete is really O of n because it's an array. And we need to shift all of the elements. Find max is also O of 1. These are micro optimizations. Yeah, and so I think a sorted array would be better as far as usability goes, plus more straightforward for the code. Ugh. And either way, I might be using sorted arrays. Quit this CS blabber. Profiling and benchmarks. Okay. Well, like I said, I think a sorted array provides something that's very useful for me, which is find arbitrary person's rank in Q, which is O of 1. And, wait, no, it's not. It's O of log n. Because this is a binary search for the play. Wait, no, it's not even that. Well, what am I doing? Because I'm sorting by length of time in queue. Yeah, wait, I think I take this back. Are you using Node.js? Yeah, I am. This is wrong. Finding an arbitrary person in either of these situations would very likely be O of n. Because there's no way to look up by ID, just by... There has to be a way to look up by ID though. Yeah, this is not good. What did you link to there, EJ? I'm not listening to audio right now. Also, I will need to delete by time in queue. I will need to delete players this way if they cancel out of the queue. But this is going to be something that shouldn't happen very frequently. And either way, if it's OVN, that's probably not a big issue. You were laughing that everyone had an accent. You found that part in the video. Oh, it's not racist. It's that when I'm reading your text, I'm reading it, I guess, pretty much how I'd read any text. Yeah, right? I don't apply accents. Except for maybe Wheatley. When you have a race condition. Okay, so the way that the algorithm works right now, we store by wait time. It's a heap of people. No, wait a second. It is. Yeah, these are optimizations ahead of time. Yeah. Okay, so what makes the most sense to me? Is it using a heap? Because the problem with me using a heap is this code right. Wait for it here. Wait, is this even the problem? This is a hack to make it so the player will be at the top of the heap so that way we can delete them. Yeah, I don't think we need to do this. I think we need some kind of insertion sort here. Because you're typically going to be adding one element at a time and just putting that directly in the place where it belongs. Anyway, the way that arrays work in JavaScript anyway is inserting to an arbitrary point in the array is going to be OVN. Yeah. Should you profile it later and fix it if it's an issue? Yeah, I think so. Okay. So I think in the process, convert to using a sorted array instead of a heap, since the operations are more straightforward. Ignore time complexities for now. Alright, which means looking over this code and kind of just getting it all to work again. So right now, the algorithm is only ever trying to find a match for the person who waited longest. This means that if they can't find one, they hold everyone else up. Everyone, maybe try to find a match for the person who waited the longest in each skill level, considering unique people. Downside, picture this. You're a skill 6 player, and there are 4 people at skill 5 and 2 people at skill 2, or at skill 4. If there was only one more person at skill 5, you'd be matched with all of them, and the 6 of you would start a game. However, if you move on to checking the skills of 5 players, yeah. Increase flexibility faster. Yep, in solution 3. Yeah. And no, I have a binary heap implementation. That's the nice thing about Node is that this stuff all exists somewhere. Like, here's the code for it. Yep, it's just one line. Require heap. See how easy? Anyway, here's the real code for it. It's right here, and I'm already using it in my code right now. I just don't think I want to continue to use it. And I'm going to need to maintain this comment at some point too. Okay. Well, I think the best thing to do would be to change around the code that I have now, which I think means turning it into a Git repository first so that I can always go back to this if it fails. So let's do that. Can I just do git init here? Reinitialized existing Git repository. What? What? This was already checked in? I don't remember doing that. Wow, I apparently did. I can't right click it because that takes forever. Okay, there we go. Basic functionality should be working. This was 2 months and 11 days ago. Wow. Wow. It's pretty incredible. ES6 has map and you should use it. Yeah, but I don't have... I guess I could run with Harmony options, but it's not something that's just in Node.js right now. You must use it in every case where you have ID, which you never use in serialization. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. We're going to take a look at this code and change this over from using a heap. It is now? Really? As a 5.x? I didn't know that. Where is it? Where's map? Yeah, here it is. Whoa, it is. Whoa. When did they do this? So now I can do something like class person constructor name this dot name equal. How about I type this in just here? Class person constructor name this dot name equals name. Const Adam equals new person. New person Bob. M equals new map. M dot set Adam. I can set this to anything, right? Like Adam 5. M dot set Bob 6. M dot get Adam. Wow, it works. I didn't know this was in. Huh. It's pretty impressive. So what's not in yet? Proxies and... Wait a second, destructuring isn't in, right? Destructuring, in progress. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because I keep trying to use destructuring and it's not there. Interesting. So do they have proxies? No. Not that it really matters. What's new target? Oh, I see. It's the next. Okay. Okay, I should definitely consider that. But let me see what I would do to remove this heap. Because wait time heap is used all over the code base, right? Actually, it's not even that bad. Convert heap to sorted array. I already have a function for this, seriously? Clone the heap, sorted array.push, and then return the sorted array. Because every time I pop off of the heap, it's already sorted. Wow. That's a terrible function. Okay, so let's get rid of this. So we're gonna call this this dot wait time list equals new array. Let's just do that. Sort by longest wait. When I go to insert into this list, though, I'm gonna need to do comparisons. You didn't use classes? Did I not? I have this main here. But yeah, everything else. No, wait, yeah, I use classes. What prototype? What are you talking about? Where do I even have? Oh, wait. Oh, that's what you're saying. Oh. Yeah, I mean, that's all a class is for. But why did I do that? That is strange, right? I did this back in February. Maybe I was hesitant to use any ES 5.5 features. CS 101 would ask what a heap was. CS 101 would just say, we need to use a linked list. Linked lists are the greatest, despite that they'll never show up in the real world. Okay, I got to think about this. So, wait time list. When I go to insert into this, I have a player and I have. Actually, the wait time would always be 0. So I always insert them at the end. Oh, that makes this pretty easy, actually. Yeah, I just always insert at the end to this. Huh. You did, Pickle? What did you use it for? Wow. Maybe I'm just an insensitive jerk. That's... Wow. Okay, so generate player. We can do the exact same code here. So, no, wait time list is sorted, but because the player was just added, they'll always appear at the end. Well, because the player was just generated, I should say. So wait time list, I should say a sorted list of... Also, I said heap people. What kind of... Did I really say people here? It's player. I don't know why I did that, but... Alright, so a sorted list of players. Popping an item from this heap will give you the player with the longest wait time. So in JavaScript, if I say a equals 1, 2, 3, a dot pop, I think I get the rightmost one. Yeah, I do. But a dot shift gives me the leftmost one. What's the time complexity of these things? JavaScript time complexities, pop versus shift. I'm just curious, because I could sort the array differently. Actually, I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? Yeah, whatever, it doesn't matter. What's this? I want to see this. Wait, where's view raw? Here it is. Alright, so this is Java code, right? Oh no, EJ. What's you don't put spaces around your braces? I don't approve of this. That's 2 points off. So you're at a 98 maximum right now. So check password. Void static void main string args. Wait, shouldn't main be capitalized? Is that not Java? Input, please enter a password. Password equals input on next line. If it's valid password, invalid password. Yeah, it looks good. Let me just fix the spacing for you. Okay, there. So is valid password digit 0. Password.length is less than 8. Who's for? Wow. Oh man, this is just so like, it's just reminiscent. I wanted to say charming, but it's just to picture, this is the kind of program that people should be making when they're learning programming. It uses functions, it uses if statements, it's got a for loop, it's got different characters, or not characters, types I mean. So we have booleans and integers and strings. And that's it, like that's what it should be. But good job. What editor am I currently using? Sirius asks. I'm using Sublime. Also, how did I miss a whole bunch of stuff? Wait, what was that? Was I not reading chat? No, I read this stuff. I just missed what Sirius was talking about somehow. CS 101 midterm? Wait, but that... Oh, I thought this was the homework. Oh, never mind. Okay. I needed to have a history of redirections, so I needed to know that going from page A would lead to page B to C. The link list for that. Yeah, I suppose that's not bad. I mean, I need to think about this more. And by that's not bad, I'm not trying to like condescend or something. That was me just saying I haven't thought about this a lot. So yeah, that's not a bad use of a linked list. Do you even Java? Yeah, so EJ, in the end, I'd probably give you a 70 because I'd mark you off for spacing. So here, points give. What does it do? Math.ceiling on that? Okay. I wanted to send you 7/10 of a point. It sent you the whole point. I do not agree with that. So a sort of list of players. The players with the longest wait time are at the front of the list. Alright, that's what we're doing. Put my braces on a new line. Yeah. We're going to start a space war here. So wait time heap. So update players. What does it do? Updates all players such that we will potentially modify their flex amount. Oh yeah. Well, guess what? This turns into a way simpler function because we can just do this. Done. That's simple. Okay, what next? So if this dot wait time list dot length is less than players per game, then return. Good. Take the player with the longest wait time. This is a peak. Why is this a peak? And peak would get the player with the longest, so we want 0. And then I guess we must pop them off the list at some point, right? Remove all players from wait time heap. Uh-oh. This doesn't sound good. Yeah, so it makes sense why this is a peak, because we might not generate a game here. We just peak at the player with the longest wait because we may not end up removing them if we don't find a match. Did you just said for IL is less than wait time dot length? I is less than LI? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I could do something like that. That is what I consider a micro optimization. Points for code. I should upload my tic-tac-toe. There. Congratulations. Alright, so wait time heap. The next place that I use this is here. Remove from wait time heap. So this is completely unnecessary. All of this. Yeah. Update item pop. Yeah, all of this is unnecessary. What we've got to do is just take all of the players that were saved there and just do an underscore dot remove all, I think. This is potentially dangerous. I tried this before and it didn't work the way I wanted it to, and I want to make sure that I'm doing this correctly. So we have, is it pull all? This method is like pull, except it accepts an array of values to remove. I think we can use this. Let's test this out. In fact, let's look at their example first. How about that? Array equals that, and then pull all 2, 3, which just contains 1, 1. Yeah, that is good. So we want to pull this dot wait time list. We want to pull all the players in game from the wait time list. I like how you can throw Adam off completely by having a picture of him in chat. Man, I can't imagine what it's like to be someone like Dan's Gaming, whose emote is used everywhere. It's crazy. I wonder if I'll ever become a global Twitch emote. Probably not. Oh, look at that. Spirit Man with a 1-up. Man. This is too funny. This is what Spurtman lives for, I'm pretty sure. It's being drunk on Minecraft streams and writing short Python code. You said you couldn't use it. Yeah. Wait time heap. Alright, so this is all we need to do. Wait time array equals this dot wait time list. Delete that. And finally this wait time heap dot size. What is this? Longest queue length. Oh yeah. I know what this is. Whoops. Players still in queue. Wait time list dot length. There, that's it. Let's try it out. Perfect. So we go code, JavaScript, matchmaking, node, main. Nope, it broke immediately. Because I accidentally used wait time heap still. I meant to change this to list. It's actually a pretty minor problem. And everything still should work the same way it used to. Made a game, skill level difference 1, players in queue 8, 14 minus 6, yeah. Yeah, okay, looks like it's working. Oh, see you, Adam. Have a nice night. Alright, that wasn't so bad. So converting to a sorted array from a heap took about, I don't know, 7 minutes of actual coding. I was reading chat throughout it. Okay, so let's check that in. Where does that code come from here? So heap is no longer needed. We actually need to update package JSON as well to get rid of this. So that's gone. Heap of player, this is totally gone. And the sorting isn't even really needed. Yeah, in fact... Wait a second. Move from list. Yeah. It's not even really needed. Kind of is. I guess I could sort in two ways, right? I could sort by wait time. And I could also have a list of players by rank. I can't figure out how to do this. Okay, so I currently have a wait time list. This is a sorted array of people. I'll say it this way, array of people sorted by their wait time. What would I do if I wanted to quickly find a person's rank in this, in the wait time list? So the naive approach is an O of n iteration over it. And then the better approach is almost definitely O of log n searching through some other array. What is that some other array? I guess it'd have to be like player ID or something. I'm not sure. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. O of n is fine for right now. Hey, Hydra. Didn't we agree? No, I was just thinking about that. I'm not actually, I just wanted to devote a tiny bit of thought to it. I've already converted the code and everything. Just wanted to see what I was doing. Okay, this is fine. 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 Fine, that's fine, that's fine. Most of these were really just dead straightforward, simple. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Okay, so converted, actually, I stopped using a binary heap in the code and replaced it with a sorted array. The binary heap was initially used for performance reasons, but it resulted in some hacky code that hurt performance due to the scenarios I was trying to accomplish. Plus, I think just having a sorted array is much easier to work with. Pickle says, do you always type text like that? It's the first time I see someone actually typing everything like that. I totally see the value, not judging at all. I'm just curious if you always do it, even offline. I started doing it back at another job that I had, and no one was watching me code back then. So I probably continue to do it now, even when I'm offline. I find, well, when I'm streaming, so there's obviously value in doing it while you're streaming. That way people can tell what it is, what problem you're trying to solve. But when I'm not streaming, I think it helps context switch. When there's no remote. When you're context switching and then you finally come back to this thing and you're like, what was I doing here? Having, in plain English, your problem statement written out and what things you're trying is pretty good. Okay, cool. Get rid of this, get rid of this. Now it's combining this into there. Now one of the things that I should do here is there is a set interval call. Let's have this run every 3 milliseconds and just see, will this ever cause any crazy errors? I mean, it's not crashing or anything. Also, there's a function I meant to get rid of in there that I forgot to. But we can amend the last commit. That's the beauty of never having something to push to. Yeah, so let's revert that and then amend the last commit, update that function. Where is it? Remove from wait time heap. This is where the hack was. We can just remove this entire thing. Good. And then we search for remove from wait. Yeah, it doesn't exist. Okay, so now if we look at the diff, we should have a large block of code missing. Perfect. We can commit that now. Okay, so now it's a matter of merging this code into the actual code base. But I like this a lot better. And now the package JSON that I have is just using promises and Lodash. And I use these pretty much all over the code, so I'm totally fine with keeping them there. Actually, before I do this, let me make sure that I am also doing that here. More package JSON. We have Bluebird, right? I see Bluebird retry. I don't see Bluebird. That's a little strange. Why do I even use promises in this? Promise. I don't. Well. Delete. And update package JSON. Got rid of Bluebird promises as they weren't being used anywhere. Right, and the code still works and everything. Yeah. Cool. Cold Player, thanks for following. You will get a whisper from Botlad within about 45 seconds. Use it wisely. The standard library JS deserves? Yeah, I agree. What is this? I will look at this after. Right angle, best angle. I love it when code is refactored. I feel like there should have been a Craigasm along with that. High right angle. Alright, so now I can start to combine some of these things. So the next ID to assign to a player. So the matchmaker has very, very little that it needs to concern itself with. I believe it uses all code inside of this and like a couple extra modules. But what do we have? Botland logger, Botland constants. Logger util. Yeah, yeah, very little. So I can have a concept of a player. Yeah, I think this will work. I think we can copy paste that over directly. Yeah. Okay, so let's copy that over. At least I think we can, right? We have ID and skill in here. And then this keeps track of its own flex time and its own join time. And we have get skill, get flex. Yeah, I think all of this is fine. I think I can just save this directly in there. Use strict should be using single quotes though. Let's do that. This one got me good. Ooh. Does anyone know how to change text format on the MSVC 2015 editor? I wish to use UTF-8 for text source files. Oh, I think you have the option to do that like right here. Imagine this is the save dialog of Visual Studio. I'm pretty sure there's something right here that shows up. I'm not sure if I'm misremembering that. Maybe I'm just thinking of Notepad. Whoa. Yeah, well, Notepad has it. So maybe Visual Studio does the same thing. Otherwise, just Google search it. Okay, so this function exists here. We're going to save it over here. Matchmaker player. Okay, so this class represents, which by the way, no, let me finish typing my thought first. This class represents a player who is in the matchmaking queue. It doesn't directly correspond to anything else. In fact, their IDs should be the IDs of the players themselves. And I think those are currently saved in the database. Man, I spilled water everywhere. Let's take a look. So if I go into MySQL-u root -- password equals password, talk about security, use botland, select star from users. So right now, user IDs are 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so they're already integers. So I think we can just use those and not have any issues. Yeah, let's write that down. And then I also wanted to test out if I go into infra matchmaker gulp lint, does this accurately lint everything? Because what if I use quotation marks like this? Logger is defined but never used. Well, it will be. Will this comment on this? Yeah, cool. Strings must use single quotes. Good. So linting works. Why not use UUID? I don't know. There was a big discussion about this earlier, and I figured I'll just use ints for now. I could switch, but I didn't like the support somewhere. Won't have a collision, and it's quite nice down the road. Speaking from a project I'm working on now, switch to UUID on all public facing, and it was so nice. Yeah. Yeah, I'd have to make a lot of changes to get that to work. And I think that in the end, yeah, it would be pretty nice, but I think for right now, I'll probably just stick with this. But I appreciate it, Digia. Player who's in the matchmaking queue. So we need some concept of skill and max skill. Okay, so this is just a number for right now. The player's ID from the database. What are you using for database prior to Percona? Because auto increment breaks on MySQL cluster. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Okay, so I will have to switch to UUIDs. Okay, I think we're going to do this before doing anything else. Switch to UUIDs. Okay, well then. That is probably going to complicate a whole lot. I won't be able to use auto increments in the database for master replication. If you do master slave, then auto inc works, but you have to handle a slave failover. Yeah, UUIDs are fine. I don't mind. I'll have to switch. So note, they have to change everywhere. This means all botland tables, postman configuration. What else? Any code that stores IDs, any code that compares IDs. What's up with the light changing color? When people follow me, they can change the color of my lights. So someone's doing that. I don't know who. I could check. UIDs and auto-ink integers are pretty much opaque identifiers as your code should be concerned. Yeah, they should be opaque. You do run into issues where a UUID could be capital or it could be lowercase. And then saying just UUID1 equals UUID2 is not allowed. So you'd have to do like a dot equals sort of thing, which you probably wouldn't have been doing with integers. This is actually really funny. Yeah. I went through these, I skimmed them a while ago. But yeah, some of this stuff's pretty good. Talk to me before you switch. We have a custom implementation that works better for ordered storing. Wait, should I just talk to you now? I mean, I was going to do this tomorrow at some point, but I don't know when. Also, I'll just link this one more time. Anyone who wants to vote in that. Your support to store them as their int value. Oh, interesting. I didn't know about that. Apparently, you're supposed to store them as an int value. There's some way to convert that directly in SQL, I believe. And yeah. Yeah, I'm aware of that. In-house code, so talk to me later. Oh. Okay. Well, I guess I have to do that tonight then. Man, I really got to look through this list. Talk to EJ about storing UUIDs. Well, wait, what? But if it's in-house code and you... I mean, I'm eventually going to be coding this on stream. So, whatever ideas you share with me, storing UUIDs in the database makes it better for ordered storing. I'll shoot you an email right now. Okay, cool. I executed Bootstrap. This good. Could also just swap to Postgres, which has a real UUID field. No, I'm definitely not swapping back to Postgres. I was going to use that originally, and it's not like it would be painful to do it, but I think for my replication that I'm eventually going to have, it's easier for me to use MySQL now. Okay. How big is the number in bits? Yeah, I would probably need to pass it around as a string. JavaScript can't handle that though, as it only accommodates 2-bit integers. Yeah, because then it loses precision, right? I mean, integers only go up to, or not integers, vars only go up to what, 64 bits? And how big is a GUID? 16 bytes, I think? Not sure. Store it as hex and then buffer.toString. Yeah. So store it as hex and then do buffer.toString on the JavaScript side. Voted for don't care because your time doesn't find in my scale at all. I should also have gone for sleeping a long time ago. Yeah. Oh, the lights are back to normal. Actually, it's that glitch where they turn pink instead of white. Let me just set them to white manually. Page doesn't work. And that looks green. I'll just change them to green. I'll just do that there. Okay, so ID, the player's ID from the database. That is not going to be true anymore. This is going to be a string, I guess. Player's ID from the database. This is a UUID. Out of curiosity, EJ, do you store them in JavaScript as strings or as some UUID type? Because, well, that kind of impacts this. So number, the player's skill value. What is this even used for? I guess it's just a container here. Yeah. Int aspect shouldn't go past the initial DB return. Yeah, got it. You can't use my face if you're trolling me. So ID skill flex is what we need to define here. Number. So this represents how flexible this player is when it comes to matchmaking. The weird thing here is that it's really just a function of join time. Yeah. Which means that whenever we call get flex, we should just make that a calculation. Because this is what? This dot flex plus 1 times 3000. This is every 3 milliseconds, or sorry, not every 3 seconds. This is going to change. Yeah, there's no reason to do that. Update. Oh, wait. Yes, there is. Because we store them in a list. Okay, I should really say that. This increases as time goes on. So that players will be more likely to find matches. The reason it is stored and not computed is so that well, it's not really a matter of saying that here why it's doing that, but we do have this flex updated, which goes and changes. Wait, whoa. Insert into heap. This isn't even a heap. What's going on here? No, these aren't heaps. These are arrays. This function is named incorrectly. Note this function is named incorrectly. We're inserting into arrays, not heaps. Store them in DB as binary. Then we have them either as buffers or strings based on where it is in the flow. Got it. I'm using RDS, yeah. Wait, but when I switch to Percona eventually, I'm going to want master-master replication, right? Then AutoInc won't work. But I think the other thing that's nice, well, doesn't really matter. Leaky abstractions. Don't get started with me. The reason it's stored and not computed is because every time it's updated, flex updated, only add them to the heaps that they weren't already in. If flex amount is 1, this means we'll likely add to one heap below their skill and one above. Yeah, now, what if I didn't do that? Then yeah, okay, good. So, the reason this is stored and not computed is because of how the matchmaking algorithm stores players by skill plus flex. Skill and flex. If it updated without our knowing it, then those data structures would have stale information. Alright, cool. And then the join time is just a time representing when this player joined the queue. Cool. What cluster issues did you find in the Postgres? I didn't find any, actually. I didn't get started with it. I was actually working under the advice of EJ for that, which is that there was a free solution for working with cluster databases that would be pretty easy, and that's Percona. And Retroid, thanks for following. Thank you. Percona fixes auto increment. They increment by X amount of servers in the cluster. Oh, interesting. So it might go from 1 to 3 if that breaks your code. It doesn't break my code, but it also Interesting. I wonder if there's another reason for me to use UUIDs. I don't know. I'll have to think about that tomorrow, I think. Is it open source software? I don't know. Could look it up. I think it is. Source code, yeah, it is. All right, so that's done. Then update. Potentially modifies the flex property of this player based on how much time has passed. Now this is where things are going to get a little bit strange. It's because this needs to know what the time is. Right now it's just 3,000 milliseconds. I need to pass this in somewhere. Probably not here. Maybe I just pass it in here? Frequency to change flex. Frequency and, or let's say flex change frequency. So we'll pass that in. So the way that it worked here, update, we're gonna have to pass in that amount. Is that a trigger for MySQL to convert the UUID string to its optimized format and vice versa on retrieval? You remove the problem from node down to the C level. Okay. Yeah. Well, I might eventually want that with Botland as well, although I don't know if I want that. I'll have to consider it. The other reason I may want this is to make account IDs unguessable. Usually modifies the flex property of this player depending on how much time has passed. So we're gonna actually take in two things here. So let's do this. There's gonna be the current time. Why is this passed in? Why does really any of this happen right here? I should just have the caller change the flex time. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have the caller do it. So the player is basically just a struct at this point. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. So I'm gonna comment this all out. Conclusion. I think the caller should just handle all of this. It doesn't make sense to pass in variables here for it, I think. Okay, well, I don't know what that is. Funny though, random stuff shows up. So ID, skill, join time. We probably also want to know their flex. So I guess let's say that too. Flex equals this dot flex. Alright, so the player class has been kind of converted. Now I am gonna be right back. So yeah, be right back. Okay, I'm back. I had to get some more water and ice, most importantly. All right, so getting back to the algorithm here, it's converting this code into the matchmaker queue code. This shouldn't be terribly bad. Next ID to assign to a player. This is equal to the total number of players ever generated. This is gonna be different. It's gonna be totally different. Like, we don't need next ID anymore. Because we need to know the player's real ID. Total players ever seen, next ID. So how about we do this? This dot total number of players seen equals 0. I don't really need to comment that yet. We're going to keep bouncing back and forth between these two. In fact, I could just do this. No, I don't like that. Okay. Oh, say Digia. The number of matches we've made because each match results in a game. Yep. Actually, I will comment this now. The total number of players that we've seen go through this system. Alright, longest queue length. Might as well keep these things. These are good variables to have when I want statistics on how matchmaking is working. Each individual wait time in the queue. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Oh, wow. No, that can't stay around. Or, well, we need to cap this at something. So when I figure out minimum and maximum, these need to be separate. Then the median and the mean, those can be computed, sure. But we cap this at like 5,000 or something. I think that's what I'm going to do instead. So let's say this dot wait times equals an array, and something like this dot max wait times to track equals 5,000. So every time, and right, we add to this every time we actually form a match, I believe. Figure out the wait time for each player. This is if we made a game, yeah. So every time we make a match, we record the amount of time waited here. This array is capped at a size equal to max wait time to track. This only exists so that we can find statistics about wait times, e.g. min, max, or well no, e.g. median, mean. That's pretty much it. So this is an array of number. For the amount of time waited in milliseconds here. There we go. Oh wow, Superman, that's pretty interesting. The number of times we should track inside of wait time. Archboy says, I just played the game. Maybe it would be a good idea to make a button that lets players enter modification mode. Oh yeah. So, sorry. That's all going to be made much clearer once the final UI is in the game. Right now, the way that you play the game, really nothing is straightforward. I mean, connecting, that's the only straightforward part, I'd say. After you connect, you're thrown into this UI where it's like, wait, what? How do I make these things? Because I just haven't gotten to making the real UI yet. So I guess buying and selling makes enough sense, but then it's like, wait, why do I have 43 of these? What do these do? So I'm totally aware of that. This is all going to be changed. The things that will probably stay the same, chat will probably be pretty similar because it's pretty obvious how you use chat. And these sorts of things will probably be the same. We might reorder them, but like I think this is pretty usable. This is going to change, and pretty much everything else is going to change. Hey, HD ready. But I appreciate the feedback, Archboy. Okay, so what else do we need here? Alright, so players by skill. We're going to need this too. Keys, number, skill level between min skill and max skill inclusive. Values, arrays sorted such that the person who waited the longest is element number 0 of the array. Yeah, so this keeps track of players' wait times by their skill level. And I really should say that players can appear in multiple skill levels here. Whoa, wait, what? This isn't even used? Oh, never mind. I was searching the wrong way. Insert into heap by skill. Players by skill. Good. Find players with the same skill. Yeah, I don't count the players we're searching for since all these arrays definitely contain them. From skill arrays. Add. When flex changes, we need to update. Wait, what? What's going on here? Flex updated. We do insert into heap by skill. Yeah, okay. Players can appear in multiple arrays here thanks to their flex property. That leads to really quick lookups, which is nice. But then there's more maintenance on these other things. So yeah, maybe eventually I don't even do this. Maybe there's just like, I think this is the easiest. So the lowest and the highest skill levels, save those off, sure. The lowest skill level inclusive. So we'll just say here that a player can have. There. Okay, players per game. I mean, that's going to be 6 for the foreseeable future. Wait time list. So it's not good to have something called wait times and then wait time list. So a sorted list of players. Players with the longest wait time. So then the other thing I want to do before I'm done with this is rename wait times and wait time list. I'll do it at the end. Array of player. Okay, good. And then finally we do this. So make sure. Oh, I don't even need to do this, do I? I kind of do. Make sure players by skill has the right number of arrays in it. By the way, if you guys want to look at some kind of advanced, what's this stuff? Jepson database. No, not that. This stuff. This was actually pretty, like I said, I think this is pretty in-depth. They go into a lot of things. They talk about any errors that might happen in any of these things. So if you look at Postgres, for example, this guy, he's got a bunch of, anyway. I read through a lot of those articles, and I found them pretty helpful. And that's what made me think, oh great, no database is going to work. But I learned about the CAP theorem. I learned about ACID through that stuff. There's a lot of good properties there. All right, so here we are in pretty good shape so far. We're just going to go through, convert each of these functions. So the comparator function, do I even use this anymore? I don't. So you know what I should do? I should delete code. No, I shouldn't. No, never mind. I take that back. So random integer. This is totally unnecessary. I think we'll just start every player at skill level 5. So generate player is not even needed. There's going to be like an add player or track player or something like that. So what are we going to call this? I guess add player to queue. So we have their ID and their skill level. So const player equals new player. Oh, I'm not using player, am I? ID skill. Is there anything else that shows up here? No, that's it. So that's what we do, and then we do insert into heap by skill. So insert into heap by skill. This is not called that any longer. Also, I should probably keep the. No, I shouldn't. I don't know why I find that so funny, but that's worth a point. Just hilarious. So we call this insert into heap by skill. Where is this used? 1, 2, 3, 4 places, and one is the definition. I think I should change the name of this. Rename insert into heap by skill. All right, so player. Why is skill there too? We could just take the skill from the player, can't we? Player.getSkill. Do I ever not do that? Oh, I do. Okay. Yeah, player skill. Okay, so this is mostly true, like I said. Not entirely true. Inserts a player into a particular heap. Oh, and I guess also fix the comments for insert into heap by skill at the function level. Alright, let's run a giveaway. Ooh, Judge Bacon. Look at Adam rename insert into heap and insert into array. No, I'd probably say something like insert into waitlist or something like that. Or wait data structure. The reason we specify a skill level is so that we can later add this player to their flex heaps without having to do any redundant work. No, this function is named incorrectly. We're inserting into arrays, not heaps. Yeah, okay. Rigged for mods. Actually, you're right. You haven't won in a very long time. How long would it take for you to win? Huh. It is pretty rigged, huh? Okay, well, you lose. To be fair, I only ran it, what, 10 times? And there are 26 people in here. And you have won before. It just hasn't shut you up. Alright, so player array, players by skill. Search is in O of log n time, so sorted indexed by player join time. And then this works in O of n time. Sorted index 0 player. Okay. I wasn't even on that tab and I got a whisper. Yeah. Alright, so add player to queue. Do we even have that here? That was generate player. So we want to do this. And I don't know if we want to return the player. Maybe we want to have constructed it beforehand. It's questionable. I don't think this should construct it though. I think we should do it this way. So we just do player.getSkill. No, waitlist time is sorted, but because the player was just generated, but because the player is just being added, they'll always appear at the end anyway. Yeah. Okay, and we don't need to return this. I mean, this is pretty simple. That part's fine. So now we have generate player is done, and then this one, insert into heap by skill, is also done. Okay, so the next up is flex updated. So I don't need these here anymore. So let's take flex updated, and we can probably convert this one in line. So let's just do this, this. Call this when you've updated the flex property, the amount by which the flex variable changed. Positive number means you got more flexible, yep. No pink stream. Well, you never know what people are going to change it to. This is Lepko right now. Okay, so this will make sure the player appears in the right data structures in players by skill. Alright, make sure that something changed. Good. Player.getSkill, player.getFlex, the old flex amount. Good, good, good. Only add them to the heaps. Only add them to, we'll say, the list that they weren't already in. Okay, cool. So that's done. Next up, update players. Don't worry, I always end in pink. Alright, there we go. So update players. Get the current time. Why does this use const all of a sudden? Also, I got rid of the update property here. So I've got to put this over here. And then probably get rid of the comment. Update all players such that it will potentially modify their flex amount. So player, and then instead of update, we do this. So elapsed time equals current minus player dot. Is there a get join time? There is not. Well, let's do that. Turn this dot join time. So if this is greater than or equal to const flex, we'll have to set that though. Yeah, maybe this is better to have a function for it. I don't know. Like, I could delete all of this. And then instead of just doing update, I could also pass in the number 3000. Or like this dot flex update frequency. Players flex properties are updated every X milliseconds. Where X is whatever is set below. Okay, so then we just search for this and replace that. And then in the update function that I have here, whoops, that's not gonna work. Yeah, in the update function, got it. So the current time is a number, just date dot now. This is likely equal to date dot now. Fake light token. You didn't get a fake one, did you? And then this is a number, the amount of milliseconds to, I don't know what to say for this. The interval in MS at which we update the flex property. And then this returns a number, the amount by which flex changed. 0 means it didn't change, and 1 means, and positive numbers represent getting more flexible. This can't actually ever be negative. Flex change amount. Yeah. And this needs to be the frequency. Okay, not bad. So we'll also pass in the amount, which I think should only ever be 1. No, I'm not going to pass that in. I think it should just always be 1. Let's get rid of that. Flex always changes by 1. Where am I from? I haven't said where I'm from, but I'm living in Washington State. Oh man, going from pink to green is quite a shock. Okay. Based on how much time has passed, good, good, and good. Alright, not bad. So, and then we just call update here. And if it did get updated, then we call this. Yep, looks good. Yeah, nice. Alright, so update players is done. Now there's the match make function. This is ridiculous and needs to be overhauled. Almost to the point where I'm not even sure I want to do this right now. Keyboard name? Yeah, sure. Listen, keyboard should have had. I think it should have already had a cooldown. Maybe moderators are not susceptible to the cooldown. I don't know. Ice water has actually really helped a lot. I don't think it's gotten any cooler in this room, but I don't feel so bad anymore. Alright, this function's ridiculous. Attempt to form a game. Null if no game was found. I don't know if this should be called match make. That's fine. So wait time list length is less than the list of players per game. So first, make sure there are enough players in the queue for a game. Otherwise, we'll just waste time trying to search. All right, for now, I'm gonna update just the comments here so that they're formatted correctly, and that's it. Actually, I'm gonna overhaul this function in a bit, but not right now, because I want to copy over the rest of the functions and then focus on this. I think it's gonna be a large enough amount of time where this is a good idea. Okay, there, because there are a bunch of to-do items in here as well. So let's get rid of that. So match make, I'll just write that over here. Overhaul the match make function. Okay, then we have remove from skill arrays. Skill collection, skill, I don't know. Alright, so we put this down here. Good, got it, got it. Alright, so removes a player from all of the skill arrays that they are in. A player can be multiple skill arrays if flex is greater than 0. We know which arrays a player is in because we have their skill and flex. I equals min, I is less than or equal to max. This can be replaced by a binary search for the player, but whether that saves time is based on the size of the array. Can it be though? I don't even think that's true. I'm just going to delete that comment. Player not found in array. JSON.stringify array plus player toString. I could change this briefly. Honk. Oh yeah. Light spam didn't work? Oh, is it because color loop is on? I'll just give you another token. You gotta turn color loop off first. Alright, so the rest of that's fine. In fact, this is not necessary. There's a .poll command in Lodash, which I'm not even using here. Now I am. So let's take a look at poll. Here. How does this work? Removes all given values from array using same value 0 for a quality comparison. The player can only appear in one spot there. So we could just do this, _.poll array player. That should work. What does this return? Returns array. Yeah. It mutates the array too. Oh man. Yep, too bad. Too bad. EJ, this sure looks like a lot of fun behind me, doesn't it? Alright, so let's run node cons ld equals require Lodash. I have an array of, let's say these were people, and I do underscore dot poll a1. Underscore dot poll is not a function. That's because it's that. Yep, alright, so that works how I thought it did. So now I can get rid of this stuff. Not bad. In fact, I could have probably... that's fine. Let's leave it like that. Alright, what next? Convert player array into string. This isn't super necessary. I'm leaving. Please don't leave. I like the spacing in your Java code. This is just a debug function. What are you working on? I'm working on a game called Botland. There is a video of it. It is actually currently playable right now. In fact, if you want to get access to it, let me paste this thing back in. Where is it? Yeah, there. So if you want to get access to it, you can. It's currently live. It's an old version. I've been working on the back end for a very long time. Oh, whoops, that's not the right URL. There's the right URL. So connect, join game. Yeah, nobody's online right now. So I can deploy some bots, but you'd have to join in the next 3 minutes. He asked me to stay by insulting me. Yeah, be like Spirit Man. Just be snarky, make me feel terrible. Alright, so convert. So this is just a debug function. It's not even a helpful debug function if I eventually switch into UUIDs, but you never know. So we get rid of this, and we get rid of this, and the rest of that's fine. Yeah, cool. Okay, convert heap to sorted array. I don't think this is ever used anywhere, so we can get rid of that. Print wait time stats. That's gonna have to change a bit. We have the min and max of the last 5,000. I guess we could just use those, because really, do we care about more than 5,000? So instead of console.log, let's change these to logger.info. Matchmaker wait time stats. Alright, and you know what? We should really just do this all as one multi-line string. There. So let's see, wait times dot length divided by 2, median wait time, underscore dot sort by wait times middle index, sure. Matchmaker wait time stats, mean wait time, median, min, and max. Yeah, this is fine. I should also say how many of these there were. So total wait times included in stats below is this dot wait times dot length. Yeah. A function without this shouldn't be a method. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, this is actually pretty minor too, and I don't even know if I want to use this eventually. I could just save it in the same file. I don't think I'm going to use it anywhere else. In fact, let me store it at the bottom of this file. Alright, so function. Yeah, and this doesn't need to be J. In fact, I'm not sure why I made it J. Just make it I. All right. So where do I leave off? Print wait time. So print all skill levels. Sure. I don't know if it's an option that I have available too. I imagine it is. So now here's where things got yeah, a little bit harder for me to just log easily. Maybe I just print it all as one string. See, the problem with having new lines here is they're formatted well for the console, but not for anything else. I don't know, let's just turn them into logger info. Because I'm probably never going to call these. So, prints... Actually, this prints a ton of stuff. It's not just... It's all of this, I believe, right? Players by wait time. Yeah, it's all of this. All skill levels. Longest queue length. Number of games matched. Yeah, this is going to have to change. Wait time array. This isn't needed. Wait time as string. Convert player array into string. So this is not a this anymore. That's fine. That is fine. That's fine. This is wrong. This is total number of players seen. In fact, anywhere that I tried using NextID has to change. There must be... Ah, I know. In add player. That's where we do this. Okay, there we go. Then all skill levels, min and max, looks good. Players by skill, fine. Convert in a player array. This is no longer a this. And level I string. Good. Cool. Well, I wanted to. If I wanted to do this, I could do ld.repeat, I believe. How does this look? Dot to string. String n. So I can just do this 80. Yeah, that's what we'll do then. Or is rule equals underscore dot repeat. I'm guessing this is 80 characters. No, it's 79. Okay, well then 79 it is. So we put that there and there. Looks good. So prints, these shouldn't be called print, they should be called log, I believe. Log overall statistics. Logs a bunch. Log statistics specific to the amount of time that players had to wait. Still know half the stuff in there? Wow. So logs a bunch of statistics about the matchmaker. I don't really think it's necessary to go into too much detail here. Then we got to get rid of this semicolon. We're almost done. I have, what, how many more of these functions? 2. I have 2 functions. Start meta update, which is probably actually going to be needed, yes. Yeah, I think I'm going to need this. And then meta update. Okay, let's copy paste these and then figure out what's going on. Something needs to start the meta update. I don't know why I called it meta update though, but this dot start meta update. Oh, thanks Bratbones, but I'm mostly just copy pasting code from another file, so this is much faster than it typically goes. Alright, so last matchmake call, last stats print. This is something I'm going to delete. Last update call and last... Let's get rid of this. And last matchmake call. Matchmaking should be called, yes, once every so often, but only when we have available game servers. So I'm going to need to do that at some point. And then this stuff handles generating players, running matchmaking, printing stats. It's not really that anymore, though. It's just matchmaking and, like, get rid of this. Get rid of this, too, probably. Yeah, none of this matters. This cur time, this never changes. Yeah, let's change that back to a const. So what this really does, this handles making matches and updating players. This is intended to be called once every so often. This is intended to be called relatively frequently. It's an optical illusion. Yeah, so this and this, these numbers are just totally magic numbers here. So I'm going to make them real numbers. Let's do this dot matchmake frequency. Wait a second. Matchmaker, I've been saying, is all one word, right? I don't actually know, but I think I should lowercase the m on this. So matchmaking frequency equals 500. The amount of milliseconds to wait before attempting to make new matches. When this much time has passed, we will then make as many matches as we can all at once. That's important. It's important to distinguish that because, yeah, that's not necessarily the case now, is it? Next, we have, what does this represent? What is this 1,000? Update call. So frequency at which we update players. Player update frequency. The amount of milliseconds to wait before updating players, which will potentially increase their flex properties. We update all the players at once. So we're going to put this here. And I should say, if that's true, I should say that this is a relatively expensive call. I don't know. Go back into here for a sec. So if the amount of time is greater than the matchmake frequency, num matches made equals 0, players in game equals this dot matchmake. Call matchmake until it no longer generates games. Enough time may have passed where it's worth updating cur time now. Oh, that's why I made that a lat. Interesting. It was intentionally that way. Longest queue length, last matchmake call, just made, matches, players still in queue. I guess I'll say number of players still in queue. Number of players still in queue. And this is not a console.log. Let's get rid of all console functions in here. There's this logger.info and then logger.info. And that should be it for console functions, right? Okay, great. And then here we check to see if we need to update them and then we save that off. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so start meta update. This just kicks off the meta update function, interval function, and sets some times. I don't really think this is necessary. Like this entire, I think this should be just constructor stuff. I think we say that here. The last time we called, I don't know what, update players. And this is a number, and then this is the last time we called matchmake. All right, good. And then kick off our meta update function. So this runs relatively frequently. This runs very frequently, but we only end up calling expensive functions according to other class variables, e.g. this dot last matchmake call. Call meta update from an interval. What happens if it takes more time than that interval? Could it cascade indefinitely? That's a good question. That's a good question. I imagine what happens is this, although I don't know if this is the case. I imagine that JavaScript pushes, where is that code? I don't have any more. But I imagine JavaScript pushes another call to the event at the end of the first call. We could maybe look that up, actually. I bet that's what happens. That's a good question, Lepko. Yeah, I'm not going to read through all this right now, but I think that's what probably happened. And this doesn't have to be every 300 milliseconds. This particular function, yeah, I don't think there's going to be too much of an issue. It doesn't. Yeah, I guess it's something that's pretty easy to test by just doing something like this, huh? Set interval for I equals 0, I is less than 10,000 or 100,000 or just anything like that. So we do that, then we do console.log done. So yeah, it should be fine. In fact, if we did 2 of those things at once, yeah, I think it's fine. You should do async.forever instead. Is there even much of a difference? Wouldn't async.forever just keep doing, wouldn't it do a set interval underneath? What's this? Yeah. Alright, so I've converted all the code over. There's no, well, there's the way you can check to see if it works by just running it, but this will probably try connecting the overseer and fail there. Address and use, that's another way. Let's just close out of all these tabs. There. Okay, so infra run, infra matchmaker run, and this is probably going to say that's in use anyway. Register with overseer, error not found. Ugh. What is this trying to run on? REST server port, no, that's wrong. Overseer REST URL. Wow. Actually pretty interesting. Also connection refused. Why is that? Oh, because that was in use. Internal server error. What's going on? There we go. Okay, cool. So it's making matches really rapidly though. Is that once every 500 milliseconds? Match make frequency. Yeah, 500 milliseconds. I don't know, that seems pretty frequent. Java Toast says, go to a programming stream, see Stack Overflow, leave. Maybe someone in chat posted it when I had looked at it. Wait, so this guy's writing a bot for what? No, I'm writing a game called Botland, which EJ just linked in. Oh, sorry, I hadn't looked at chat in just a second. And I'm working on the matchmaker for the game right now. I have a simulation running over here. There's no run command, node main. So I have a simulation that'll add players to the matchmaking queue, and then based on their skill levels, pair them up, and also based on how much time they've been waiting. So the way you can kind of understand what's going on, every, I don't know, half a second, it adds 2 players to the queue. And then every so often, it tries making matches. And it tries pairing them in such a way that their skills are pretty close to each other. So here it happened to make a match with everyone was skill level 5. That's the perfect scenario where there's no skill difference between anyone. And then here was like pretty close. You got 3 newer players playing with 1 like slightly less new player. They're all still noobs if they're less than 5. And here was a bunch of pros. Yeah. So that's what I'm working on now. I want to get this into the game. It's going to take probably about a week and a half total, I think. Okay. So this needs to be done, and then these things actually. Master application. I don't know if this is even totally true, but I'll have to check my email. Okay. I think I've been online for quite some time. It's like super hot in here. I've got a ton of work left to do that's got to take place off stream from this list that I have here. And I wanted to leave you guys with Zeef again because he's running his marathon. So let me go find his stream and then leave you with him. Tomorrow, like I said, actually, I should tell you guys this now instead of waiting. Let me go find this really quickly. So tomorrow's going to be a little bit of a weird day. People have voted mostly for a longer stream in the morning and then no stream in the afternoon. Or no stream in the morning, or don't care. Actually, you know what? These votes are really close. I'm not sure. Here's what I'll do. Tomorrow, at some point, if you see that bar on the left side of Twitch, right here, I'll post something here and I'll tweet about it too. So if you go to bot.land, you can find the Twitter account that it's going to post to. And yeah, that's that. So yeah, I'll leave you guys with Zeef. Don't go off now, please. No, and EJ, you don't have to send the email. That's fine. Let me make sure Zeef's actually online. Yeah, he is. Okay, cool. Yep, I'm going to leave you, Zeef. See ya.